Okay. Hello, dear viewers, people, animals, fucking animals. That's what you are. I'm sorry. Just had to go there. Anyway, hi. It's another day. It's 1:30 a.m. Woke up just a little while ago. Had some leftover tacos. Yesterday took a break, day off or whatever. And then what did I do on my day off? I just made another game. I did a bunch of work to GOBA. Let's look at it real quick because that's fun. Let's swap over to GOBA mode. So know me for right now. Right, so GOBA, look, I got my own little character. I put the commands up in the top right. Hopefully they're a little more obvious now. So I added a few things here. One, yeah, I put my character in there, which I'd done the artwork before. I slowed down the rate at which you get gold, so it's a little slower now, but I made it to where certain enemies will drop items. I also added a lot more enemies into the game. Now here's the most impressive thing I've done is this. Let me just do a little test. So, hey, hi, how are you? There we go. So I put chat boxes back in. And what's really cool about this is I actually made it to where the chat boxes stick on screen. So you'll see as I move to the side of the screen, it shifts it to always be on screen. That actually took a way more work than you might think to figure that out because the string changes sizes, right? It's not just like always going to be the same size. So figuring out how much I have to move it based on how big it is was quite the challenge. And I'm actually pretty proud of myself because I did all that without Googling anything. I think that shows how much I've grown just in coding, that I could just figure it out for myself. It might not seem too crazy, but I mean, all I really had to do, I did like a blank square background. Hi. Oh, that's fine. I was just talking about what I've changed to GOBA. Oh, I also changed something. I completely forgot about it. Your characters start like smaller, but the more they level up, they start getting bigger and bigger. So they like grow. Basically, a viewer who stays in chat or comes in the chat early, like yours, will get larger and larger over time. So you get to be my little test dummy now that you're in here. Oh God, and you want? We'll take all my gold then. Fine, asshole. Okay, so what else did I do? I did, so there's the chat stuff. I did something, now GOBA is officially pay to win. If you donate bits, it only works for normal denominations. So 1 bit, 100 bit, 1,000 bit, 5,000, and 10,000. It would be too much work to like do every single combination. I'm sure there's a way to do that, but I didn't want to bother with it, so I just did the normal stuff. But if you give bits, it now does like a little animation, shoots off fireworks, and the amount it shoots off depends on like how many bits is given, and then it also gives gold. So yeah, it's totally pay to win now. Let's see. So I got the new enemies. I got the slimes. They're in here now. They've replaced the dragonfly, the basic one, so they'll come in real slow. They get random colors, but if you ever see a golden one, that's one that'll drop an item. They'll drop either gold armor, the spear, like actual armor that you wear, or the mount. So that's what that does. Dragonflies are still in, but now they're a little bit smaller, and they're the second stronger enemy, kind of like the red one was. Oh, and now you don't lose all your gold if you die. You just lose the gold that you would have made if you had killed it. I also changed the way that the rolling works, so now what pops above your head, it just shows what the result of the roll was. So that was a 3. Basically, I won by 3. So yeah, it'll just, instead of telling you what you did roll, it'll tell you how much you won by. So if you get a negative number, you know you failed the roll by that much. Okay. Um, there's also harpies, which the harpies are going to kick our asses because they're way stronger. Here they are. Yeah, they've got, harpies aren't supposed to come out until you've got, basically the stronger and stronger the characters get, the more advanced enemies come out to keep it interesting and to keep beating the players backwards, basically. There's also, and then the advanced one, what used to be the super dragonfly, is now a raptor. And this raptor, he has like full movement, but the raptor like homes in on its particular target. So it looks for somebody who has gotten so obnoxiously strong, and it comes in, and the raptor can always beat you no matter how much armor you have. I mean, you can still win, but basically your armor does not count against the raptor. So it's just, do you win or do you not win, basically. But this, yeah, I lost by like 6, and he takes away a ton of gold. I can also drop gold now, so there's some gold on the map. I can drop armor. I can drop big gold, which is like the big 100 golds. I can throw a couple of those on me. I can throw like one on you. There you go. Have some armor. No, I can't give you armor because there's 3. There's a maximum limit of how much is on there, and they go away after time, just so it doesn't bloat the screen. I was basically getting rid of things that were unnecessarily cluttering the screen, I think. Oh, and I did this. You remember the lemons command? Go ahead and do the lemons command for Nightbot. See what happens. It's pretty fun. I did make it to where you can only do it like once every hour or something. So it's not spammable, but if somebody just happens to do it, it's kind of funny. I think other than that, I changed like the way bases work. Now bases can't be invaded. So once you make a base, it's actually safe. You don't have to worry about it. I also slowed down the mouse just a little bit so that you stay inside of your base and don't go outside of it on accident. So everything else is basically the same. Forts and farms. I didn't really shift them too much. You dropped it outside the base. Rip. I think that's basically it. The biggest thing that I did was just getting the text boxes to work correctly. So we're going to use that for a little while and see what it's like. That was fun. This is what I do on my day off, is I take a break from game development to do more game development. I really enjoy this. It's fun. There we go. Alright, we're going to go back to normal streaming. We'll just leave that stuff on the map. I will drop an AI just so it'll kill my base for me. Otherwise that base is always going to be on screen. So let's just drop it. Well, you know what? Actually, I'll just restart. There you go. Restart. Here, have some gold. Have fun. Alright. So, we're drawing the corrupted crater version of that guy again. He's activated the lurk. I put those in there because I wanted to test to see if I could read channel points, and apparently I cannot. So I need some other way. If I wanted to use channel points to like activate stuff, I'd have to do it some other way. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. If you use exclamation point color, it will randomize your colors again. So you can, it costs 10 gold, but you can randomize your colors and try and get a new set if you want to. So that's another thing that I did. Alright, this guy. I put out the crystals where they're supposed to be, and now I just gotta track them, basically. Oh, thanks. Ooh, rip. Let's hope there aren't any bugs. I did a lot of things. Sometimes bugs will weasel their way in and break everything. So if GOBA ever crashes, that's what's happening. I've screwed something up. That's not good. Let's move this back a little. Alright. Well, thanks for stopping by. Alright, so this is always going to be like above the arm, I think. This one's above the leg. Alright, the lemons command. I'm going to just show that real quick. So if you type lemons to Nightbot, it'll also do something in GOBA. There you go. Yeah, it can only be done once an hour, but it's just a silly thing. If somebody happens to find that, it's like a hidden command that Nightbot uses that occasionally somebody will happen across. It's just a little trolly thing. But I love the idea. It just makes lemons rain across the screen. Honestly, I should do this one part at a time. It'll stay more consistent that way. Well, I think GOBA's pretty complete for a while. I still haven't done the adventure thing, but I don't know. I think this way's a little bit better. The fact that you just get like a random enemy spawn that'll drop treasure every now and then. I've seen a couple, but yeah, if you see one that's like blinking gold and white. Oh, look, he's got a little raptor. Oh, he's adorable when he's this small. Yeah, they grow in size based on how much armor you have. I was thinking I really should have named armor like level. That way, like you're leveling up, because it makes more sense that way. But I mean, yeah, the red number is just like power level, right? Which to me is kind of like what level you are. I don't know. I don't want to change that. There's going to be a lot of drifting on this, I think. I probably should just turn onion skinning on. I mean, I'm trying to just eyeball it right now and put it where I think it would go. But I don't think it's going to look too great in the end. I think this is technically the hardest part of this. It's not that difficult. It's just getting them where they're supposed to go. And then after this, it's just adding a little bit of glow to everything. And that's it. Thing I'm curious about is how easy it is to read the tag or the chat. That's one thing I haven't really liked the standard chat options. They're always like on screen. I don't know. And it's hard to find like a combination that'll work for a changing background. Just a white border with black text seems pretty good. I do wish like I could make that a little fancier by making like two like ellipse end caps and like a little yeah, it would be kind of hard to do. Like I'd have to figure out where to put those end caps, but something like that with like a little triangle piece that makes like a speech bubble basically. Actually, I got stuff like that in here, don't I? Yeah, this right here, ellipse balloons. I could do something like that to make the text just a little bit nicer. I don't know. The white squares should be fine too. They, for the most part, work. The only really big thing is if like text starts getting way too long. I'm about to just spam the hell out of my chat. But we're gonna do like a really big. Somebody's typing me a fucking letter. We'll see what happens when my character says it. I think it might even get like. Yeah, it doesn't even read the whole thing. It tries to squeeze it all into the window. I'm glad it didn't just break the game, because technically, yeah, it's pushing it both ways. That's a lot of stuff, though. Somebody just typed a paragraph if they did that much. I mean, the fix for that is to figure out how to do, like, word wrapping, which I have no idea how to do that. But make it to where if it goes a certain amount of characters, it has to go back to the beginning. I mean, I'm sure I could look up a tutorial and just figure that out real quick. I would have to, like, make it work for what I've done. But it would just push the excess onto the first line. But, I mean, I don't know. In Twitch chat, you don't get, like, really long text that often. Sometimes somebody will type a whole bunch. If that happens, then oh well. At least you get to see most of what they're talking about. For now, I'm not really going to fix that. Unless I feel like it's really bothering me. Well, we lost a couple new songs. It's amazing how many songs will get copyrighted even after playing through it a couple times. I lost some good ones this time. Some Chrono Trigger music, surprisingly. It got copyrighted. And this wasn't... I think this was by the original creator, too. Or, yeah, it was by, like, Square Enix, right? They're the ones that still own it. Yeah, they trademarked, like, Chrono's theme song, I think. So you can't use it. So I just... Basically, anything that's getting copyrighted, I remove. There's another good one that got removed. I can't remember what it was. And I can't think of what it was. It was from a game, and I wish I didn't have to get rid of it. I don't remember exactly which one it was. Oh well. Okay, yeah, it's rocking around a lot. Anyway, let's just hit play and see what I think. It doesn't look too bad. I think it's this part here where it rocks back and forth when the arm's coming back. I just need to stop it from rocking like that, I think. Mostly it works. Okay, I gotta find that rock though. When the arm was coming back, right? Like this one. So even though, like I was eyeballing it to match, and it was working fine, I am going to adjust it just so that it flows better. Or it goes from one end to the next. In a more reasonable manner. Because it'll make it look better. in motion. I did that one. Let's move this one forward a little too. So basically, I'm trying to make like an even curve moving in the direction it's going so that it's not wobbling as much. Alright, let's play that. Yeah, it's a lot smoother now. Kind of. It's hard to track a stationary thing onto an animation. I mean, this is kind of a lazier way of animating. I could move like each crystal, each frame to have it, like technically the skin would, they would like move around a bit and they wouldn't stay completely, you know, stationary. But just for convenience sake, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm not going to keep onion skinning on because I find it can be distracting sometimes, especially something like lining up things. And I don't know, when I'm going really slowly through the frame, but through the animation, it's very hard to tell what direction things are moving in. So I could do it like backwards and having it look like it's moving in the wrong direction. So I find it better to just kind of like eyeball it most of the time. And then go in afterwards to kind of like fix it up a little if it needs it. But all I'm really doing, I'm matching up this red line to the back, and then I'm kind of like drawing a line from the knee to the center of it because it's supposed to be centered sort of above this pelvis area. I'm going to start with that. But the problem with that is sometimes the femur, which we'll see if we won't do a skeleton of this guy, but when I do skeletons and I see like the bones don't seem to be completely consistent, sometimes that happens. Because that's a hard thing to think about while doing an animation, is to try and make the bone structure remain similar throughout the whole thing. So you end up having to fluff it a little bit. It's really cool. He got a, I'm curious like how quickly you get items. So the way it works, in GOBA is, let's take slimes for example. That's what we're kind of encountering right now. Slimes have a 10% chance that they'll have an item, and then when they've rolled that 10% and they get it, they choose from the list of potential items. So there's a chance like he'll get an enemy slime that has a raptor, even though he has one. And if he kills it, there is a chance that it would drop on the ground because it has a little bit of an offset where it comes out. But chances are it'll drop like right underneath the character and then they'll pick it up. But seeing as he's already got a raptor, it's just going to destroy the object immediately. But there's also, you know, there's a chance that it's left on the ground for another player to pick up. The same thing goes for all the items. So that's kind of how it works. Like, the odds of getting something in particular are actually really low. Just because you're rolling against items that you might already have. And there's more instances of gold than anything, and there's a little bit more instance of armor. And then as the monsters advance, the chances of getting an actual unique item, the thing that upgrades the character permanently, becomes more likely. Like, they're less likely to drop gold and armor once you get into Harpies. The Harpies just have an even chance across the board, but you can still, you know, roll badly. And because, like, yeah, that very low percent chance to actually get something makes it to where I've done like test games, and it'll seem like I'm never getting any items dropping. And then I've done other one, oh, like we're looking at this guy. He's already got armor and a raptor, and only been playing for like, what? This hasn't even been 30 minutes. It dropped the gold on the ground. If he'd moved over it, it would pick it up. So that can happen to where you kill the monster with treasure, but it just happens to not. Oh, it drops on the ground, and then your character goes the other way, which might be a little infuriating. But that's all fun. It gives the other players a chance to pick something up that a stronger person has killed, basically to help the new players get into the game. That's kind of like one of the big things is if people are in chat and getting very strong, and a new player joins, they're so weak, they might not, they would struggle. So a lot of these things actually help new players just like catch up to everybody else. Like when players make those little soldiers, the soldiers aren't actually that great. They're kind of like little slimes, but they pick up stuff for you, so they're nice. But they do basically transfer gold from one person to the other if you do kill them. So that 5 gold that you spend on a soldier, if another player kills that soldier, they get that 5 gold. So yeah, it'll give a newer player like a chance to earn some of that money. But I gave dragonflies, they have a 20% chance to drop an item. Harpies have a 30% chance. And then the big raptors, they don't even drop items. So the big raptor just comes in to basically nuke an extremely strong character. I think you have to have something like 100,000 gold before that thing will come along. Or, yeah, like an absurd amount of armor and gold. Basically, it's just to reset it, because at that point, like, you're too strong. I don't know if I like that idea, because at that point the stream's kind of ending. So you kind of want to like build up your high score, right? Ah, my nose is itching. Fuck. Oh, my keyboard came. I don't know if I'm gonna go ahead and start playing around with music or not. I was thinking I might get my friend to come over here and just do some music in the middle of the streams. And then we'll do some like dual streaming kind of thing. Okay, there's no way this lines up correctly, so I'm just going to throw it here. I'm going to kind of stretch it to be further on this side, even though that might not look right. We'll see. You know, my nose is itching like crazy. moves around a lot. I guess that looks alright. I don't know, it kind of travels down a lot. It does add a little extra motion. You gotta keep in mind, like, this guy's gonna be moving around pretty fast too. So you're not gonna notice a lot of this, like, inconsistency while it's in motion. I do feel like it wobbles a lot. Take some of that wobble out of it. This one would be an example of wobble. Oh, that's the only one I can really see. I mean, this one might be an issue. Oh my god, nose. I'd say it definitely moves on 13 too much. Slide it back over here. That looks smoother. Oh yeah, that looks a lot better. It's a little unusual that it doesn't animate at all, I think. But I don't care. I'm not gonna like individually animate crystals. It's just too much. We're just doing big clumps. We're gonna track them. This one should be the easiest one because I'm just setting it on the end of the tail. I want to just make sure I line it up to where all the lines stay on the tail as well. Sometimes it's gonna bend a bit. And I guess I should really just grab the center point and rotate it from there. As long as I use this, it's kind of like an idea of how far it should be from the tip. Because the tip's not always going to line up. It's really just like a ruler. So let's just grab it here. Line up where that tip should be. Rotate it. Match that line. My god. Figure after I scratch it, it would go away. Sometimes that happens, doesn't it? Just, your nose decides, hey, we're gonna be itching for the next couple minutes. Get used to it. I wonder if I can finish this one tonight. I might be able to. It's not that hard. But there are a lot of animations to track this in on. It's not as easy as the Shambler was. The Shambler was only like a couple animations. I like it overall. The screen's less busy. I think what I should do though, now that I'm looking at it, I should make it when you upgrade to the next type of monster. Basically, my character's gotten enough gold that both slimes and dragonflies are spawning. I should make it to where the slimes stop spawning against like stronger characters, because then it's just feeding you gold and it's cluttering up the more stuff on screen. I think I definitely want to do that after this stream. It wouldn't be too hard to do. Just make sure that once you reach a certain amount that the lower tier stuff stops spawning. And that will slow down how much money you accrue as well. I was noticing like the characters get very strong by the end. Like thousands of gold. I stopped, yeah, monsters don't give armor anymore unless they happen to drop it. So that should make the characters a lot less likely to get a monstrous amount of armor and then just always win. Because it's going to be it's going to take some time to build up armor. And every time you get armor, every one that you lose, you end up losing it. But the armor and the weapons are permanent upgrades. My character will never ride a raptor. He does get the mounted buff, so he moves around faster. I just didn't draw him on a raptor, which is kind of a shame. I wish I'd have done that. But my character also starts big, so, and he just always remains the same size. I don't play it too often, so whatever. I just did my own thing. Other than that, he doesn't really have any other cheats besides being able to teleport around. I mean, that's a hell of a cheat. He's still just like everyone else as far as like the strength department goes. Oh my. I also let him get some of the detail pieces, just because I like the occasional variety. Sometimes he'll start with a mohawk or an afro, you know, he has weird hairy days. It does like overlay some eyes on top of him, but you can't even see it, so it doesn't matter. Honestly, a lot of the detail that's inside of those little avatars is a lot more than what you can actually make out on stream, just because they're so small. I shrink them down quite a bit too, but yeah, like it becomes very hard to see certain things that I drew on there. The different like tiger stripes, or I don't know, some of the stripes are harder to see than others, unless you get like a specific like two bright colors, then it becomes very obvious. Okay. Wait, what happened there? I must have started somewhere weird. Guess so. Oh my god, my nose is itching like crazy. This is nuts. I've got a trick for this. I might have to go do it. You get an ice cube and basically like freeze your nose. It'll stop it from itching. It's a weird trick to do, but I found that has worked in the past. I might have to do that because, jeez. That looks good. Okay, let me just, I know that I've done this correctly, but let's just make sure. Yeah, I just gotta make sure I always have a copy of this ready to go. And I guess I didn't make an actual copy of it, did I? Like, I made these two, but I never combined them. I know I don't want to combine that one, but I can make a duplicate and combine both of these. Wait, what's going on? Why can't I combine them? I don't know. There, now I can. Yeah, this will be my version to copy. We'll take those out. Just because these are already mixed together. We'll keep those two up there for backups. Alright. So, I want to go ahead, now that I know I have a copy there, I'm going to go clear all these red lines out. So those were just there to help me place things. I get rid of it now. Like it's a little extra work, but I think it's worth it just to have like a little ruler or something to help you keep things. I think overall it saves time. Because you're like making little adjustments less to try and get things to match up. At least this way they match up pretty closely the first time around. I might have put these red lines a little too close. It just makes it kind of hard to erase. But sometimes it's got to be like that. I just got to be very careful not to erase something I don't want to erase. Okay, yeah, this is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna scratch my nose completely off. Might be a little easier if I just zoom in a little more. The size of my brush, or my marker, changes with the zoom, so it makes it a lot easier to go in close. And when everything's blown up, you don't have to be as accurate. Okay, there's that one. That's one of the, I think that's the longest one of these that I gotta do. Let's see. I can do a lot of duplicating in this one, I think, because the back only moves, yeah, twice. And this one's actually using the same frame, I think. If I match up that tail, these should just line right up. Yeah, okay, cool. So I can delete this. And really, I'm just doing this one right here. Let's just see if the whole thing will line up if I move the tail. I don't think it will exactly because the shape of the back is a little different. But it's pretty close. It's really slow too. Yeah, it's pretty close. Just had to move the back one a little bit. There we go. Okay. Before I copy these, let's erase the lines. One last thing to do. See, if I'd put crystals on the hands and the legs, I'd have been doing a lot of extra stuff here. I don't think it's necessary. I think there's enough on them to get the point across. Oh my god. There's always something, isn't there? Oh wait, okay. I need to adjust the tail now that I look at it. It's coming off the line. This one's fine. Let's put it there. Okay, this one's going to move around a whole bunch though. That last one was easy, this one's going to be more challenging. It's not that hard. This is pretty simple. There's one frame. I think it's this one, that's this one. The back doesn't really move here. So that's at least one thing I can copy. I'm gonna go ahead and just make the duplicates and we'll erase that later. Yeah. At least that bottom crystal will remain the same. The rest of it's still changing. Alright, so I think I'm better off just moving these one at a time. Trying to eyeball it. This is kind of weird because the back's so curved. I mean, they're all going to be like this. The back gets really curved in these. So lines aren't going to quite match up. This might be one of the ones that I have to edit what the veins look like. It didn't really look like it. Sometimes what the leg's doing can change like what's happening, but that seems to be a big issue here. Oh my lord. It just started happening right when I turned on the stream, I think. A weird one. Okay, I think this one's flip rotated. It definitely is. This is the front of the body. Honestly, I mean, it's too late now, but this thing, I should have really drawn facing the other direction. It seemed like it goes this way because this would be how he goes into, but I think this would be less confusing if I'd have made it to where he was stuck on the other wall, basically. It is inverted, so I think when I do this in code, it's going to be kind of unusual. Unless I, like, consider his character flipped around when he's on the wall. I don't think that'll move. No. Other two definitely will. Alright, this has to be flipped. This would look cool when he's flipping. These crystals like, sort of like blades. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make these real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna need 4 of them by the end of it anyway. Might as well just rename them all right here. I think the howl for this one is just going to be the death animation. I like the idea of it doing one final howl before it stops on the final frame and turns into crystal, so I'm going to do that. I haven't quite worked out how like these characters will play in game. Like what makes them different. I'm thinking that this crystal variant like anytime he does a flip, he'll throw off like crystal projectiles. That seems reasonable. Probably just move a bit faster, or he'll just be normal. It's okay. I do kind of feel like I was worried that my final area of the game is there's nothing new there, right? It's all, I mean, it's new because there's like boss monsters as enemies, so that's interesting, but like you're running into shamblers again, you're running into these Warbeasts, which are in a couple other areas. And then other than this, it'll just be like large boss monsters that are turned to crystal. So it's a bunch of like little mini bosses of things that you've already fought before, just like smaller versions of them. I think that's okay. Like at the final stretch of the game, it does. I mean, it could be. I don't know. You could go either way with that. Honestly, there might be a better way to do this. No, the tail moves around constantly. I think the back always stays the same. If I line up the way the back works and then just copy it. Let's do that. I know the tail constantly moves around, but I think the back remains the same because I copy and pasted it. So if I line up these crystals on this back, they're not even close to what they're at right here. But then I go ahead and duplicate afterwards. I think I'll be able to just drag stuff around. And I won't have to do this every single time. Ah, Jesus. I'm gonna have to take a break just to see if I can fix my itchy nose. I don't know what to do. I go wash it and try and freeze it with an ice cube. Those are the only 2 ideas I got. I think that might work. I don't think it's like an actual thing making my nose itch. I'm pretty sure it's a psychological thing. Like, there's nothing on my nose. I scratched the hell out of it. It's something. My brain's doing a weird tick right now. It thinks something is wrong with my nose, is probably what's happening. So it keeps telling me to scratch. Yeah, see, so the, I can drag to do the first 2. Oh, it looks like, yeah, the back, or the pelvis bit does change a little. You know what, I'll just drag this into. We get to hear Chez's song almost every single stream. I do think that the shuffle feature in Windows Media Player is not that good. It just seems like it... I don't know if that's coincidence, but it seems to prefer certain songs. Like there's some stuff in here that I feel like it never gets to, and it goes to some of them way more often. I don't know if that's true. I bet if I looked it up, there might be someone who agrees with me, and it's just like the way it's coded is not very good. I could try and do, if I sort it by like a different manner, we can get like a different order of songs. Like if I sort by number. What does sorting by number even do? I have no idea. How's that different from name? It's not different. That's odd. Let's do name backward. At least that's a little different. It's a different order. So the problem with doing by name is a lot of these songs have like the name of the game in the title. So it's just, we're going to go through like a lot of Wild Arms music all at once, right? So it's not necessarily the best. Speaking of Wild Arms, oh, because Shuffle's still on. Well, you know what? Maybe if I just put them in a list in a different order and then turn Shuffle on. I don't know. I'm gonna play with that. I do think I'm not crazy. I feel like those songs are definitely repeating, or certain ones are coming way more often, and that's one of my big pet peeves. That's why I like such a variety of music. Honestly, we don't even get to see all of my variety of music because a lot of that's copyrighted. But when it comes to like my normal playlist, I've got everything. I even went to country. I was really not into country for a long time. But yeah, I just started finding some songs I like. Pro tip, if you're looking for country songs that are actually good, you look for Americana and not country. Americana music is basically country, but a lot better usually. The assortment is usually better. But yeah, I got rap, I got classical, I got lots of rock. Rock's one of my favorites. That's kind of like the problem with rock, though, is I've heard it too much. I think that's one of my big things, is if I hear a song too many times, it starts to bug me. So I try to, yeah, just as much variety as possible. Kind of what I like. That's one of the things that'll get annoying about a stream is I'll end up listening to this music so much that I'll want to break from it. I haven't quite reached that point yet, but it will happen. And usually what I do is I just do quiet streams, which are even more boring, but it allows me to listen to whatever I want as long as I mute the mic. And that way I don't have to worry about copyright stuff. But yeah, I'll just mute the desktop audio, or I'll play it through like something else, my laptop or something, so that I can mute it anytime I turn the mic on, but I can listen to whatever I want and still stream. I don't know, is it really worth streaming at that point? You gotta think about it. I like when this song comes on repeat though. This is a really good one. This is from Stardew Valley. That guy made a really great game, I have to say. I'm happy for him. He seemed like a really nice person too, from just the footage I've seen of him talking about the game. I can't say for certain, but just by his taste of games and music, I think we might get along. we would ever meet in person. I get the feeling. This one basically changes every single time. We're gonna try and do anything funny. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna stop right here. Well, I'm not gonna stop the stream, but I am gonna take a break. I'm gonna go see if I can fix my nose itching problem. It's driving me insane. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, hopefully that helps. I scrubbed it really good. My face is very clean now. And I tried to freeze it. Now I gotta sneeze. Oh my. Go away. That's cool. Hopefully that helps. I just need to ignore it and stop doing it. What did I just do? I turned scroll lock on. Oops. Alright, hour and 20 in. Let's go. Let's get some work done today. Motivated. I have to do this one first because it's in the way. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Well, I got a song in Discord. I don't know if I should check that out on stream or not. I could. I don't know if that's supposed to be a song for the game or just some random song. I need to spend some of today just playing around in FL Studio again. I guess I could stream that. I don't know. I don't really have anything set up for that though. I think I would rather have my seat be over in front of my computer. Like the way I'm set up right now, my TV is behind my desk. So, like, I have it zoomed in pretty well. I can see things pretty well. But when they get real small, it's still a little hard. I didn't do, no, I didn't both. Let's do the toe. This is an example of an anime. This is Baka the Test. It's a really dumb anime. It's kind of like, it's very lighthearted. Not a lot happens in the plot. Usually I would despise this kind of anime. Well, not say despise, that's pretty harsh, but I wouldn't be into them really. Very rarely do I like a slice of life kind of anime. But this one, I don't know, I really enjoyed it. I just like how dumb the character was, or the main character. And the opening was really addicting. I think that had a lot to do with why I enjoyed it. Every time the opening would come on, it's a really good opening. I just love the beat of it, and that's what this song is from. Every time I hear this song, it reminds me of it. Ooh, we could talk about anime. That's something I haven't discussed in a while. I haven't watched too many anime here recently. I mean, I've watched a couple. But, just because, I don't know, with COVID, I think a lot less came out this year, too. Personal favorite animes? Well, let's see. The first ones that come to mind are Junie Koki, or 12 Kingdoms. I like Gwyn Saga. I really like Gwyn Saga. Gwyn is so cool as a character, and just in general, I think Gwyn is cool to spot. This doesn't look right. We're getting awfully close to the head from one to the next. I think I gotta move that way more. I also like Udawari Mono. That's a good one. You'll notice a theme in a lot of the ones that I do like, and that's like, I like Isekai, which is a person getting transported to another world, and I like political ones, or ones where like, yeah, people are trying to run a country, or there's like a grand war going on, something like that. Like, I like Kingdom. Yeah, I said 12 Kingdoms, but Kingdom's a different thing. It was pretty great. I really like Overlord. I think that one's a really good one. Came out recently. I love it. It just follows a bunch of monsters, which I love monsters. But it's silly and overpowered, and it's just very good. It also has like a serious arc that follows a bunch of lizard men. So it's everything I would like. Alright, let's delete this one. And move this one in, just because that doesn't move that much. Oh yeah, I haven't solved anything. My nose still itches like crazy. Oh, there's a lot of them. I fell in love with, what's the name of this website? Anime Planet. You can go on there, and basically they just got a big list of all the anime, or a good majority of them, I think. Like 99% of everything I've watched is on here. But, it's fun. You can like go through, pick all the ones and keep track of what you've watched, and you can like do ratings on them and stuff. And I just, at some point, I went and did that, and I found basically every anime I've ever watched and rated them. So they're all on here. There's quite a few. I've watched a lot of anime. I've gone through a lot of that anime phases. I wouldn't consider myself too like. I am definitely an anime nerd, but I wouldn't consider myself too weeby. Like, I've never done anything embarrassing, dressing up or anything. I've never been that kind of fan. But I do like watching them. They're really good. Like, they got great animation, usually really good stories. Come out of Japan. So I would definitely consider myself a weeb. Just, I try not to be the cringy sort of one. Because the fan base does get some cringe. There's definitely some cringe in the weeb culture. So, top rated anime. I have all my rank 5 stuff is usually something, it doesn't have to be something, the way I kind of rank it, if it's rank 5, it doesn't have to be like perfect. It's just something that if I have gone back and watched it more than once, it is probably just that good that there's something about it that makes it special. Okay, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying that it's got that special thing that makes you want to go and watch it again. Which I think is all, like, that's kind of like the top for me. If an anime does that, where I get multiple viewings out of it, or just floors me on the first viewing, then I give it a rank 5. So there's Ascendance of a Bookworm. That one's very recent. I really liked it. It's got a real slow-paced story. The second season, I think, was pretty good still, though. I don't know. I just want to. Hard to talk about that one. It's very good. I'm trying to think. Like, I got a butt here, but I don't know what it is. I think it's the nature of the character. She's very non-confrontational most of the time, and when she does like go throw her powers around, it's pretty good. But I don't know, maybe I think it's naivety. She's not that bad. It's not like, I've seen way worse, but I do think the idea of like a character that doesn't I don't know, that is super overly trusting can be a bit of a put off. I do really like it though. And I mean, that's one of the good things too, you can argue, of that character is she's so nice um, that it actually makes it enjoyable. Interspecies Reviewers, I really liked it. It was so funny. That was a really good one. I loved that it was kind of a very adult anime. Just it didn't take itself very seriously, and it was very silly. I want to watch it again because it's funny. It's just about a bunch of guys who go to different brothels in a fantasy world. So all the girls are like monster girls, and they rate their experiences there. So you're getting like the ratings of like what an elf enjoys about sex, and what a halfling enjoys, and what a big furry guy, beast man, and just the human perspective too. It's pretty funny. I really liked it. I think all of these ones that I've ranked 5, I really need to buy them. That's something I haven't done. I want to get like really good, high quality ones. I've got most of my favorite stuff up on my shelf from over the years, but I stopped buying anime too at some point, like DVDs. But I do want to collect all my favorite ones. It's nice to have like a really good quality version of these. There's Dr. Stone. I like Dr. Stone. Honestly, now that I think back on it, it is a little, I don't know, it is a little muddy. It's pretty good. I think it's the way the antagonist works, maybe, is a little unusual. Like, I get the idea of it. Honestly, it's very similar to what I did, or the themes that I'm searching in my game. I like it. I love the scientific stuff too, and the survival nature. I think those are all both, well, those are really cool aspects of that show. Dr. Stone. Honestly, I'm not giving a good synopsis of this stuff if you don't know what they are. You'll just have to look them up because I don't want to like. I'm not doing reviews here. I'm just talking about stuff that I like. You'll have to look them up yourself if you're interested. But I don't want to go into depth about them. Not right now. The Castlevania animated series I thought was very good. I was very surprised by that too. Usually the Netflix adaptations of things, like the Death Note one was horrible. I hated the Death Note Netflix adaptation. The Mob Psycho one I didn't watch, but I seen enough of it to just know that I'm glad I didn't watch it. But Castlevania was just, it was beautiful. Very well done. I think second season, I don't know. I didn't really like Alucard's little story plot with those two kids or whatever. I thought it was kind of strange. It was okay. But everything with Camilla is pretty interesting. I don't know. They followed that blacksmith dude quite a bit as more of a main character, and I find him a little less interesting, though it was kind of cool. I think overall it's still very good. Overlord I mentioned. There's Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss is a beautiful anime. I want to watch it again when I go to do backgrounds. Watching Studio Ghibli movies and Made in Abyss, who I think is the same artist, or at least one of the same artists that works with Studio Ghibli. The backgrounds that they do in those shows and movies are just amazing. But Made in Abyss also has just a great story. It's pretty heartbreaking, and I love the world building in it is super amazing too. Very good. Knights and Magic, I really liked it. I don't go for, well, I like mecha stuff. I was into Gundam Wing a lot. I've got Robotech. So I kind of get into mecha, but I don't think I get into it that much. But Knights and Magic was a mecha that I was definitely into. It's kind of like a fantasy mecha, to where this kid is building giant, like, magical machines, basically. Um, it's pretty good. It's so good. I went and watched that, or I've been reading that a manga for it. But I love the designs in it. Like the robots just look cool as fuck. I think it's a really good one. I wonder if I could get like Gunpla of Knights of Magic. I don't know if it released any toys, but I really did like it. Um, I can't think of anything. I've watched it like twice already. Oh, I can tell you, when it comes to Knights of Magic, the first time I watched it, I think I watched it like a little before. Usually I don't watch an anime until after the season ends. So, I really hate watching like episode to episode. I used to do that with like Naruto and Bleach, and yeah, I'd watch them as soon as they come out weekly. But I find it's really hard to like track the story when it's spread out too much. So usually I wait until it ends. But with Knights of Magic, I thought it was over, and I watched a bunch of it, and it had like a kind of like one of those cliffhanger endings, and I was like, oh man, I wanted to see more. But no, it turns out that the season was just like going slowly or something. And when I come back to revisit it, because I did enjoy it, I was like, okay, there's a lot of episodes here that I completely missed. There's at least 3 final episodes. But yeah, I didn't get on my first watch, so I was like, okay, this is much better. So I think that was just a funny thing. It felt like it ended though. I remember when I watched it the first time around, I don't know, whatever episode I was on felt like it was kind of an ending. So it just tricked me. There's Yuri on Ice. I like it. It's a really good one. I don't know. Wasn't into figure skating until that show, and then I was like, oh, it's great to see passionate people do things. Konosuba. I really like Konosuba. I think it's adorable. It's an isekai. It's a funny one. I like how they make fun of a lot of fantasy stuff too. Sort of a parody of isekai, really. But a really good one. I got no complaints against Konosuba. I think it's very good. I do wish, like, I mean, it makes sense, and I see why they do it. They have the character basically never leave the starting town. Because if you were in a fantasy world, you'd probably, like, you think you'd go on a big adventure, but if you've ever been camping for a while, you know, like, by the end of the camping trip, you're like, I just want to go lay down and not move. That's exactly what it would be like. So yeah, if you were actually in a new world, eventually you would get like that. It's like, I just want to go home. So I totally get that too. But it can make the story kind of like, doesn't progress very fast. Gate. I thought Gate was really good, even though it was a lot of like military, or it was like Japanese propaganda, kind of. They were really mean to every other country in the world that wasn't Japan in that show. Which I thought was kind of silly, but it makes sense too. Like, we're pretty mean to every other country that's not America in American movies too. That's how it is sometimes. But Gate is kind of like, basically, it's the isekai the other way around, where the fantasy world comes to us and they invade us, which I love that it's just a big power trip of American, or of modern military. I think that's what makes it so good, and especially with like a military background. It's just watching like tanks and artillery take out dragons was just such a joy. And like knights trying to like stand up against modern soldiers is just hilarious. I think that's why I like Gate so much. It's just my background, and it'll make you like, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's another type of power fantasy, I think. It just shows like, I love the idea of it more than anything. Like this big empire. They're like on the top of the world in their world, right? When the gate opens, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go take over those people," and they don't even know what they opened up, right? It's like, nah, y'all ain't on top. Let's show you. The idea of that is just so like addicting. It's a really good idea. I would like to see more stories like that. There's something about like, I don't know, modern weapons against like an ancient empire that is so interesting to me. It's definitely just power fantasy though, right? But I mean, that's good too. I like power fantasy sometimes. Speaking of power fantasies, One Punch Man, that's a good one. I was all about that. I did think the second season got a little slow. Actually, I think even so much I didn't even put the second season on the top 5. But it wasn't bad. It was still okay. I think the animation quality went down a lot in the second season. And then Mob Psycho's along with that. They're both by the same guy. Well, the same manga artist, but I think the same Studio Bones, right? Do that. They might have done both of them. They're both very good for kind of the same reasons. But I thought Mob was a much better character. Rage of Bahamut. All of them. Well, yeah, basically. I love the first one and the second one. I thought they were really good. I really love the character. Honestly, I don't really do the waifu thing, but if I had to pick a waifu, I think it's actually the character from Rage of Bahamut, Virgin Soul. She was so bubbly and nice, and she turns into a dragon. It's everything I ever wanted in a girlfriend. No, but seriously, I thought that character was something that I kind of fell in love with. I thought it was very good. Alright, this one's going to be weird. Actually, this one's going to be so weird, I might have to draw crystals from different angles. Now that I think about it. I never really considered that for monsters that spin around. I mean, I'm going to try and cheat it, but I might have to, like, yeah, condense or do something different with these crystals. Okay, so let's see, we've done... There's a lot of, like, Overlord, Gate, Bahamut in here. There's Kingdom, and Kingdom 2. I like them both. Kingdom 1 has, like, a weird 3D art style. Kingdom 2, they go back to animation, but I was a little bothered by the art, that kind of style for the first one, but I think you get over it, and the story is so good that it doesn't matter. It's got that weird 3D like kind of animation that doesn't do very well, but I think it's okay. It's acceptable in the story. Like Kingdom, Berserk. What was the other one? It just came out recently with the Vikings. I think those are like they're like the old 3. Gwyn Saga I would kind of include with that. And Gwyn Saga's on this list. But yeah, those are just very like old but popular manga. And I love the style of all of them. More so than the shonen stuff you tend to see. Speaking of shonen, there's Hunter x Hunter. It's very good. It's pretty dry in the first couple seasons. I think it's a little bit hard to get into at first, but its last seasons are so good. It's just worth it. Like you gotta like watch the whole thing through. The last like arc that they go through is so like, I don't know. It's great. I love the character. It's pretty fucked up in a lot of ways too. They constantly, man. It is not. They're not afraid to. I'm not gonna say anything, but you should watch it. Hunter x Hunter is a long one to get into, but it's definitely worth it by the end. It's not as long as like Naruto or One Piece or any of that stuff. I have watched Naruto. I wasn't really into it. I mean, I liked it a lot. I mean, I watched it through the whole thing, basically. But there's so many filler arcs, and I just feel like Naruto, it got ballooned so much because of the money it was making. But I really wanted to just see like an abridged, short, cut down version of that storyline. I think it would have been just way better. It was okay. I'm not gonna like bash Naruto too bad. It just, after enough useless seasons where nothing's happening, it definitely gets to you. And like Bleach was like that as well. I don't know. The Bleach formula was even worse though, because they were constantly just doing the same thing over and over again. At least Naruto did something new and occasionally unlocked a new power. I don't know. I mean, I've watched those things. I kind of enjoy them, but I also kind of don't because I watch so much of it. It's just like that. We got a lot of like Ghibli films on here. Howl's Moving Castle, Princess Mononoke. There's Ninja Scroll. I really like Ninja Scroll. Spirited Away. Akira. Akira. Yeah, there's Udawari Mono is one I mentioned. I like Death Note. I was really into Death Note. I think there's a couple people like that. When you're a teenager, you watch Death Note, it's very good. It's got all that angsty teenage glory. But I still think it's a very good one. I love like the like mental battle between the two main characters in the first season. I get how the second season kind of rolled out with the new additional antagonist or protagonist, however you want to look at it. It was okay. I don't hate on it as much as I think some people do. But I get what they were going for, to have like basically neither of these two characters could, or like as good as L was, but working together they can be better. That was kind of the theme they were going for. And I think they kind of got it. I don't know. It's just their characters were so kind of bland that they weren't as interesting as L. But I still like Death Note a lot. I've watched it at least twice or 3 times. I've got it over there. I haven't watched it in a long time though. There's a couple of these that I kind of feel like I'd like to go back and just rewatch. There's Pet Shop of Horrors. I really like it. That's an old one. An old goodie. Oh, Vampire Hunter D was another movie I forgot to mention. I like Vampire Hunter D. I've actually used some references from that anime in my own stuff. Same thing with Nightwalker. Nightwalker is an old anime following like a vampire detective. I just adored. I think I rented it in Blockbuster before my mother had no idea what was actually in this anime, which is a lot of boobies. That's why I liked it. But no, it's more than just that. It's a very like good anime. It's got like some adult themes. It follows some really interesting monsters that like take advantage of people's like sinful wishes and stuff. I think it's very good, and I love the type of vampire in that one is pretty interesting. I love the way that he basically like exchanges blood for a weapon whenever he attacks. So like he can only do it for so long because he's kind of like killing himself when he's using swords and attacks. Like blood is a resource for him, which makes sense for a vampire. There was Golden Boy. Golden Boy's funny. Just a couple episodes on. The English dub of it is very funny. It's probably one of the first English dubs I watched that I just actually enjoyed more than the Japanese. I usually am a sub person, or I prefer watching subs. I don't know. I'm not gonna fight about it. It's just what I prefer. I like the Japanese voice actors a lot. I think that's maybe why I'd never, even though English voice acting has gotten a lot better for like dubs, I like the Japanese voice actors a lot usually, so it just helps me get in the mood. And the last one's Berserk in my big list of things I like. The original Berserk, not the newer one that they came out with, but the original one was really good. I still doesn't really like it. It leaves on a hell of a cliffhanger, basically right where the manga begins. I've read a bit of the manga. I still don't know what happens for the most part. I've watched like a couple little things that like talk about some of the stuff he goes through afterwards, but I haven't really been able to get into that manga because it's a very long one. But I do love the story a lot. Berserk is very good. I think you can kind of see a theme to most of the things I like. I think my favorite ones usually have like a fantasy world. They're following like a general or a king. Usually with some like political stuff and some power fantasy stuff. And sometimes like the isekai trope. I think those are kind of like my things that I gravitate towards. So when you get something like Overlord, which kind of does all of that, I really like it. Honestly, out of all that stuff, it's hard to pick like what my favorite is. I really like 12 Kingdoms. I love the tone of 12 Kingdoms a lot. It's kind of older, and it's definitely got like horrible cliffhanger towards the end. Like the story just stops when you really want it to keep going. So that sucks. I always hate that in anime. I mean, the idea is you keep reading the novels and the manga to make up for that, but I mean, I've started doing that recently just because I kind of get like the hunger for some of this stuff again. But that's one I haven't really picked up. But I don't know. There's something about 12 Kingdoms. I just love the fantasy world in that is so different from anything else. It's kind of like a very Asian feel to it. But I love the idea of like it's a place where basically God does choose the rulers. Basically, like if you've ever seen some like Asian emperor god thing, they're always they claim to be that so that people don't or yeah, people revere them. But in this world, no, like God actually does live on top of a mountain and assign rulers, and the rulers gain like a powerful servant and immortality and a couple different things. So the idea of it is pretty cool, and I love how the world. It seems silly, but the map of Junikoki is very interesting because it's drawn like it's super basic, like it's a star. There's a big island in the middle, and then there's 12 kingdoms around the island. But I think there's something about that that's kind of like I really like about it too. It's like the map doesn't make sense from a realistic standpoint, right? Like that's not how geology works. But in the fantasy world, the idea that everybody's got like their own thing on these different separated islands is just kind of cool. And then depending on like where you are on the islands is kind of like who you are constantly at odds with, right? And the people on the other side are usually your friends because you're never like at odds with them. You'll either have your best friends right beside you or really far away from you. I don't know. Those were all the ones I gave like 5 stars, and then I consider like anything like 4 or 4.5, 4. Yeah, anything to 3 is something I enjoy, and I very rarely give something a really bad score that I just do not like. But it does happen. I've watched a couple anime that I'm just like, I am bored of this. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? I've got the right one selected, right? Oh, okay, I wasn't on the right brightening. Alright, let's start back here. Let's zoom out a little. Yeah, so this one's gonna have some weird frames. I'm gonna try and cheat it as much as I can. I don't know. I'm kind of enjoying reminiscing about old anime. Let's just keep doing that. Why not? I mean, once you get to like 4.5, there's a lot of like second seasons and third seasons in there too. Sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I liked them, so the remaining seasons, of course, but I don't throw them in the top. Beastars, that was a recent one. I thought was pretty good. The Promised Neverland. I'm just gonna like go through these now, unless I can think of something to say about them. The Ancient Magus Bride was pretty good. I like the tone of that one was really nice. Though the main character was kind of strange. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this one first. That's not gonna take a bunch of editing. Record of the Grand Crest War was okay. I liked that they actually had like a relationship in that one, which blew me away. That's when they started doing that. Like they used to have so many animes where there'd be like a love interest thing, but it was all building up to a handshake, that kind of thing. It used to like annoy me. But that anime, they actually like get married and stuff. It's like, wow, this never happens. Honestly, I'm thinking I should just curve this a bit. There's the Heroic Legend of Arslan, which is another similar to Kingdom and Berserk and all these ones I've been talking about, like a political sort of leader, which I think it's a good one. It's at 4.5 for me, but it's just not enough to make it to you know the top of the list. So all these ones I consider to be very good, but just slightly off of amazing. But then on that line, there's Death Parade in here. I really like Death Parade. I kind of feel like that one could be a 5. Death Parade's very good. I love the opening for it. It's so like upbeat for what the content of the show actually is. Kind of funny. Mushishi is, yeah, there it is. I figured it'd be along here. It's funny how like much the Death Parade guy and the Mushishi guy are basically just the same character. I don't know if they were made by like same studio or anything. I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Mushishi's very good. I love the tone of it. Very laid back, but also kind of haunting. Kind of like Pet Shop of Horrors was. I like when I see those kind of tones. Oh yeah, Cross Angie. Rondo of Angels and Dragons. That was good. That was a weird one. It was good. There's Food Wars. Food Wars, I think, was really good in like the first 2 seasons or so. It feels like the quality's gone down. They keep doing the same stuff. It feels like it's stretching out. I don't really like when they stretch out too much. Yona of the Dawn. It's been a while since I watched that, but I remember really liking it. I think I might want to revisit that at some point and see what I liked about it. It's kind of nice if you take a long enough time away from an anime you know you enjoy it. It's just long enough to forget a lot of the big plot points, right? And then it feels like a new experience when you rewatch it. I feel like Yona the Dawn is at that point for me. Uh, Danganronpa. I only watched the first season of that. I thought it was very good. I know they've had like a lot of games and spin-offs and all kinds of crazy stuff. I only know the first season, which I really enjoyed it. The like wacky different art styles it goes through is really cool. For like the death scenes, I was always like, I thought that was really neat. It's funny that one does like a very lighthearted tone for basically characters being executed. It's very good. What is From a New World? I'm looking at it. I don't even remember this one. I've rated it very highly. I'll probably remember it the second I see some screenshots of it. Oh, yes. This is a very good one. Oh my god, it's so tragic too. From a New World is very good. It's the one, oh, it's got Skeeter. I think his name's Skeeter. The little rat man. Oh, it's that's a really good one. I remember it now. Definitely check it out. It's like, I don't know, there's a lot of crazy topics they go through where like, I don't want to talk about it too much because there's some definite spoilers for it. Like the whole idea of that show is you have no idea what's going on, but it's way in the future and people act kind of funny and there are rat people and like, yeah, dog people. It's very good. I got Baka to test on here. Tenchi Muyo and another one, Tenchi Muyo, War on Geminar. I really like this one a lot, this Tenchi Muyo. It's another spin-off one where I think it's following like Tenchi Muyo's brother or something. But I love the mecha things that they have in there. They're kind of like bio mecha, more like an Evangelion, which I'm not an Evangelion fan at all. I hated the main character in that. I just couldn't get into it. It's because I hate the main character so much that I can't watch it. Even though everything, like I could watch like all the big robot battles and stuff. Those are hype as shit, but that's one where the main character just gets on my nerves so much it ruins the entire experience for me. It's like, I don't know, infantile. And I know that's like kind of the point of Evangelion is it's a kid who has no right being in a giant mech suit, but I just hate it. I can't stand that character. And it ruins the whole thing for me, I think. It's very hard for me to watch Evangelion. Also, I'm not too big into the whole, like, the weird storytelling of it either. I'm just not a big fan. I do really like the designs in it, and yeah, the animations are really great though. I think there's just a lot of story and character elements that bug the hell out of me too much. Oh yeah, okay, so there's this Tears to Tiara. I'm struggling to remember that one, but I love the design of outfits in it. Very cool looking, these outfits. I'm trying to remember what this story was about. Okay, even the synopsis I kind of remember it, but maybe it's just because it's so sort of samey that it's hard to remember. Basically, like this girl is going to be sacrificed to wake the Demon King, but the Demon King comes alive and decides to spare her, and she decides to marry the Demon King. I mean, the Demon King plot lines are very, yeah, I don't know. You see a lot of them, and I watched a lot of them. But that being so, it's really hard to tell them apart because they kind of blend together. I rated it highly, so it must have been I enjoyed this one. I just can't really remember much about it. I'd have to watch it to be reminded, I think. Sometimes that happens with the show. It's something that I liked, but I forget a lot about it, so it doesn't really... I don't know, you gotta wonder, like, did I really like it if I have trouble remembering anything from it, right? Those are the iffy ones. Like, you can kind of say, yeah. Like, and if I was to watch it again, I would... Undoubtedly, I would be reminded of all the things that I do like about it. But it doesn't hold in the brain very well. It's not like some of the... Basically, everything I said, I listed as a top 5. I knew, like, immediately everything about the show. So I think that's a good example of the difference of a 5 and a 4.5. Is a 4.5 can be really good in the viewing of it, but it just doesn't click like the same way. That's kind of, I think I order things pretty well when I consider it that way. There's Aaron, or I think the proper title is something like Aaron means mountain apple or something. Basically, her name is a mountain apple. It's a good one. It reminds me of a sentence to a bookworm. Basically, instead of a character who's making books, this is a character who's raising animals. But the similar kind of protagonists. They're very like pacifist kind of protagonists usually. But the music in it is very good, and some of the music sometimes is in this playlist, if it made it through. Yu Yu Hakusho, I really liked it. The tournament arc in Yu Yu Hakusho is one of the best tournament arcs ever. But the show itself is pretty good. So, no complaints with Yu Yu Hakusho. It's very good. And I actually like what some of the later seasons did. That was something... I watched a lot of the original stuff on TV. And then it was only later that I was like, I'm going to rewatch all of Yu Yu Hakusho from start to ending. And a lot of the later episodes have him like going to the demon world and finding out he's half demon and shit. Which is where he gets his powers from. And pretty interesting. It's very like, I don't know how to... It's very shonen. That can be like its own thing. Because you get a lot of like side characters who are interesting, but they don't get a lot of... I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, I really like all the side characters. Kuwabara and Fox Boy and Demon Kid. I can't remember their names. It'll come to me. I don't know why I remember Kuwabara's name so well. It's his name just like is a very rememberable thing. And I love his voice actor. His voice actor is so silly. He also did there's like a retelling of 12 Samurai where Kuwabara voiced the big dumb idiot one. And I don't know, his voice actor is silly to me. He's got a big, deep voice. I like Yu-Gi. There's Ghost in the Shell. The Ghost in the Shell, I was definitely into it when I was younger, but upon rewatching it, I mean, it's still pretty good. I think it's just kind of, how do I say it? I don't know, maybe it's a little too abstract, and that's why it kind of, like, I don't, that might be one of the good parts about it too. It's hard to say. Like, I do like it. I just think maybe it's like the way it's paced or something. I can't really pin what I'm thinking here. But just, I don't know, the way the story works, I guess, is kind of, it's hard to get into. Let's see. After that, oh, we have Airmaster. I remember Airmaster. That Airmaster is one that I ran across, like, I don't know, just out of, I don't know. It's just one that I decided to watch, and I can't really explain why I wanted to watch it, but I ended up really liking it. It's about like this girl martial artist who does gymnastics. The main character is actually really good in that one. I like how like she's really tough. A really good like female protagonist, I think. And I love her fight scenes. They're just really. There's this one fight scene she does where she learns that when she's best in a fight when she has things she can jump off of because of her gymnastic background. I guess that was the whole idea of the character. But yeah, there's a scene where like she's fighting somebody, and the person is like intentionally put her in a situation where she can't really fight to the best of her abilities, and then she just suddenly realizes that she can use the person she's fighting against to jump off of. So she starts like basically developing this fighting style where she just climbs up the person and uses them as leverage for attacks. It's so anytime they like stick their leg out, she just jumps off of their leg. Or they become the wall kind of. Which I thought it was just a really cool, like, I don't know. It's silly, but it kind of makes sense in the idea of like a fantasy martial arts kind of thing. Okay, this is one now and then, here and there. This is an anime. It sticks in my head. Well, one, it's a good one, but it sticks in my head more because this is an anime I constantly was starting and stopping, and I had trouble getting over the first few episodes in. But I think it was on my list of anime that I had like this huge list that I pulled from like reading a bunch of forums of people all saying, the anime that they enjoyed. And I remember like I just wrote all that stuff down, and I was like, I'm going to get to these at some point. I basically finished that list at this point in my life, which is kind of cool. But it was just a lot of older anime, obscure things that people enjoyed. So that one was on the list. But every time I went to it to watch it, yeah, I remember just constantly putting it off. And I finally, one day, I watched the whole thing. And to be honest, I don't remember much about it, but I liked it. I remember the characters kind of got like it's just a helpless kid in like a hard world. That's the part that I remember. Which, I mean, I'm usually not too big in on, but I think it was okay. There's a lot of like, oh, okay, we're getting into floors now. So, well, there's one here called Sayuki that I can't say that I remember at all. At a 4.5. What was Sayuki? In the mysterious world of Shangri-La, demons and humans live side by side, watched by a Parthenon of ancient Chinese gods. Okay, so this is about a Buddhist priest fighting demons. This is very Chinese, aided by the ancient monkey god Son Goku. I don't remember this one very well. It sounds like a lot of stuff that I've watched, which is basically like an exorcist type trope. You see a lot of those in anime, where it just follows a person who's like exorcising evil. Or, yeah, it's like fighting demons. I think that's a pretty standard one. It's like Demon Kings. It's pretty standard. I can't remember it much because I think anything that blends into a trope too much didn't bother me. Oh, Vinland Saga was the Viking one I was trying to think of. I didn't rate it too highly. I think I would have enjoyed Vinland Saga more if I'd watched it when I was younger. But at this point, I think what bothers me about Vinland Saga is all the stuff they do. They put it in like a Viking setting, but when they do like fantasy moves and stuff, it just is more off-putting. Like, okay, is a little kid with knives jumping around a bunch of grown men. I just don't buy it. And yeah, they're just like cutting through chainmail and stuff. Like, yeah, that's not how that works. Your knives do not work. I mean, the knives are better than a sword, but you'd still be better off with like a pickaxe or a mace. Fighting all these armored opponents. It looks like I'll get away using these crystals like this. I mean, I still thought Vinland Saga was good. Just not above a 4 good. Like at this point, I start finding stuff that I enjoy, but there's something about it that just kind of held it back for me. Oh man. But then again, that time I got reincarnated as a slime on this, and I actually really liked that one. I wonder why I rated that a 4. Because when I'm thinking back on it, it's a very good one. I've read the manga for it too. And the manga, he's going to go through some crazy shit's going to happen in the future of that anime. I won't spoil it, but I think they're working on a new season right now. There might be. I've made some episodes for it. But yeah, the manga is really good. I love what's going to happen. It's pretty good. Oh, I know why I didn't like it. I'm not too big on like the children arc, I think. Which is, I liked it when they were following the town. But when he went off to like, yeah, tutor a bunch of students, you can see like that's the main way the plot's going to. Because one of those students is obviously another character. Yeah, I think that's the reason I gave it a 4. Because I wasn't really big into that. And I feel like when it got into those parts of the show, it didn't have the same fun of watching a town grow up and watching, yeah, I don't know. I think that's why. So this one's one where we're facing straight. So, I mean, I don't think I can just do this. I might be able to cheat it by shrinking it down. Also, I don't want to do that. I want to do the one in the back first if I am going to do this. How do I cheat this if I wanted to? I think what I do is overlap a bit. And then try and hide this with some white lines. I mean, this might be behind. That crystal anyway. Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer's pretty good. Again, I'm trying to think of like, what was my issue with it? Because I really liked it. Maybe it's just that I've seen too many stories at this point too. I guess it does some stuff that's unique. I don't know. There's like an idea there of, I have some beef, or yeah, something I don't quite agree with the way it was told, but for the most part, I like Goblin Slayer. Also, that was a very accurate telling from the manga. The manga adds a couple little details that you don't get in the anime, but it's pretty much like, it's almost one for one. So when you read the manga, it's like, okay, this is everything that happened in the manga, or happened in the anime. A lot of manga, when you read them, there's a lot that gets left out when they put it in a show. But that one, I remember reading the manga, and I'm like, yeah, this is very much what I saw in the show. I'm just watching it again. What else we got here? We have Drifters. Drifters was cool. I love the opening to it. I feel like it was short. Like it was just getting going when the first season ends. I think that's my big thing against it. If they have more seasons, I'd probably bump Drifters up and rate it better. But right now, it seemed like it's more like a one-off thing. We're not even going to see any more on it. I hate that. I get tired of seeing an anime that it builds up like it's gonna go on this big journey and then it just ends and you have no idea what's gonna happen unless you want to go read about it. Oh yeah, this is a hard one to say. Ari Beretta, from a commonplace to the world, from commonplace to world's strongest. Okay, that's a mouthful, but that one's really good. I mean, it's pretty good. I love the idea of like a character who's kind of like an alchemist who can, I don't know, change the world around them or something and become strong through that way. But what I will say about that one is the manga is like way better for that one than the anime is. The manga, actually, that dragon I showed a couple streams ago, I thought might have been from that time I got reincarnated as a slime. I later remembered, no, it's from that one, Ari Ferretta. The artwork in that manga is so good, and every time they show like a new monster, it like they didn't capture the feeling of it at all in the anime. I think that one's definitely one where the manga was just outshined the anime, but the anime is still pretty good. That one's a good example of one that's very different from manga to anime, as opposed to like um, Goblin Slayer. Hmm. My Hero God, Academia. Um, I think it's pretty good. Good shonen. I mean, I've rated it higher than. We haven't even got the Bleach and Naruto. I talked about them, but they're. I was obviously sore from those shonen. I feel like this shonen is better paced. Of course, this shonen had a chance to learn from what the other ones did. Um, yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not. I mean, I kind of like it. I don't know about the protagonist so much. He's pretty good. The theme that they're constantly exploring is him like hurting himself while doing this, or yeah, which I think is interesting. Like that's very like realistic. And you look at famous boxers and stuff, and you think like they're the most powerful fighters and super strong, but most of them get like injuries that just debilitate them for life while they're doing their boxing career. It's not that glamorous of a profession. And if you're going to be like, yeah, a superhero or something, and you don't have a superpower that particularly protects your body, that's definitely something that will come into play. I do like that they kind of like talk about that. That's also something kind of like not just like for sports, but just in general. Like the way you exercise, you can really hurt yourself if you do it the wrong way. Like I see that from people who they lift too much weight or something because they think that makes them cooler. But it's really a bad idea. You'll end up injuring muscles and causing permanent injuries. And you're really like ruining all the benefit you're getting from exercising when you do it in a bad way. Okay, so this is the one where I just need to separate the crystal out from the vein. So for the last one, I need to use the previous thing so that I can do that and that they match. So I'm going to do the first three here, but the fourth one I'm going to do a different way. Oops, I just deleted the line work. Let's not do that. Make a copy here and delete these. Yeah, so 4 I will delete and do differently. Let's see. The Rising of Shield Hero. That's one that I thought the manga was a lot better than the. I don't know if I'm hearing a tone or not. No, I'm not. In my head. Yeah, The Rising of the Shield Hero. I think the manga is a lot better, but it's okay. They don't. Yeah, they don't tell the like character interactions as good in the anime. But the one thing that I really don't like about the Shield Hero one is they end up giving them like a lot of attacks, which like I get it, but that completely goes against like the idea of being a shield hero. It's like, okay, so now his shield can like create a coffin that kills people. Like, no, he's supposed to be a character that's all about blocking, and then he has like friends to rely on. Like as a former tank player, it's kind of absurd that they missed the whole idea that they could have followed there, that the tank relies on the rest of the party to do the damage, and he's still like a very valuable member of the party, like super valuable if you're playing the tank, for keeping everybody alive. But instead they make him a damage dealer, and that just like infuriated the hell out of me. So that's my big mark against the Rising of the Shield Hero is, man, it could have been so much better. Tanking is really interesting. Like, just in the premise. And they started out like that. Like, he was relying on his slave girls to, do his damage for him while he does most of the tanking. But later on in the show, they're like, no, now he can, like, his shield can become like a wolf head, or his shield can damage enemies, and yeah, it can basically summon like a coffin that murders everybody. It's so dumb. I really hate that they went that way. Yeah, I think it would have been so much better if they'd have just leaned in on the fact that all he can do is block, right? And he has to use his head and rely on other people, which I love that his character is also the type of person who, yeah, he's constantly having trouble relying on other people. They were building it up so good in the start, and then it just like, they completely ruined the whole idea of it when they gave him his own attacks and made it to where he's self-sufficient. Like that, I feel like they made a huge mistake on Shield Hero. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I kind of like rate this one even lower than a 4. I don't know. I do enjoy it, but I really hate the fact that they missed what it could have been. I would have loved to have seen the story the other way around. Like, my version of the story I feel is way better. That happens occasionally when I watch something and I'll be like, man, I wish I had control of this. Because I would have done something totally different. I think my version would have been a lot better. I do that in like a lot of movies I watch, is I'll think of like where I think the story is going, and then when it goes like some really dumb place, I'm just like, oh, my version was so much better. I'm just disappointed now. We got Devilman Crybaby. That was pretty good. I love seeing the resurgence of those old kind of like really violent anime, real dark, mature themes. I'm all about those. Like a lot of I put a bunch of those, Ninja Scroll, Vampire Hunter D, Berserk. There's a lot of them in there that I really like, the like super mature stuff. It's not afraid to like get a really gritty story, you know. Devilman is like that. Death March to a Parallel World. That one is isekai trash, and I like it. And I think the manga is even better than... The anime is pretty good. It's a super overpowered protagonist. Like, this is such a standard isekai thing. I eat this shit up, too. I've read so many manga that are like this, where it's like, guy goes to a video game style world. Actually, one of my favorite, my absolute favorite manga, let me rephrase it, has that exact same story, but they do a lot better than this one does. I don't think they'll ever get a manga, or they'll never get an anime, because it's a lot more adult. But I love the idea, like, the main character goes into this alternate world, but he is not afraid to do some fucked up kind of stuff to, like, to get what he wants, which I think is awesome. The fact that, like, you don't really consider the act of killing bandits. I mean, we're making bandits soon. But yeah, the act of killing bandits is just... It's killing people. Right? It's like killing criminals and taking their stuff, and then the law doesn't care. Like, most people are like, I'm glad that guy's gone. He was a dick. But when you really think about it, it's like, these are people, like, usually in like a bad situation, taking advantage of people. It's kind of sad. But then when you're in like that sort of world, it's like, I mean, I'm gonna take them for everything they're worth, right? And nobody cares, so I might as well take advantage of the situation. And like, I just love that it like explores those themes. Like, you can argue both ways that it's messed up, but it's also like, it's also good. I don't know. I like how gray it is. Death March has less of that stuff going on. Usually it's more good, but it's still pretty good. It's okay. I like the main character's a game dev. That's cool, and he's actually in the world that he made. I think only it's been like it's a little bit tweaked, so he doesn't know what exactly is the same from his game or not. I love that idea though. That would be cool. It'd be fun to be sucked in. I would not want to get sucked into Gazard. I would die immediately. Gazard is not a place you want to live. I would make a new game if I wanted to go to that world. Unless I get to go to this. If I go to this world as Kolio Wing, I'm set. Because I made Kolio Wing in this world is basically a god. So we'll be fine. But if I'm myself in this world, I'm fucked. Don't want that. There's a lot of things that like to parasite off of your body in Gazard and turn you into a mobile seed, basically. Yeah, it just depends on how OP I am when I go to Gazard. Now, if I have my developer powers, that would be pretty sick. I'd be down with that. I'd go to my game. Oh man, that's a fun little thought process. What would it, how, if I was sucked into my world, how would I go about surviving in it? Well, right off the bat, I've got a good advantage in the fact that the god there is technically like a human. Also, in my world, even if I did die, there's a chance that I would come back as a god, which is pretty tight, I'm not gonna lie. Even if, you do fail and you get a game over in death, it's not necessarily the end in my world. But even so, like, what would I do? I think I'd be pretty fucked, to be honest. Like, the world is so fucking hostile. And then lizard men aren't gonna be nice to me. Not unless I get, like, some people that are willing to, like... No, I don't think so. Like, they follow the god because of its superpowers. But a normal human, I don't think we get along very well. Probably not going to go well if you met a bunch of lizard men. Pretty sure it would just be immediately hostile. It's fun. Take over the world, Pinky and the Brain, Pinky and the Brain. So what I'm going to do is match these two up, and then I'm just going to save the crystal part by itself, and then I'll copy these to be number 4. But I have to move them both together. I got Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I guess it was okay. It was silly, kind of funny. Oh, that's the one that's got that little, that little white dragon that everybody likes to make memes of. Man, she's famous. She was so adorable. Just everything she did was so wholesome. I think that's too high. That looks about right. Maybe go back just a little bit. Yeah, definitely. Drag that down a little. Let's see. There's a lot of like second seasons of things in here. There's a couple things that I just don't remember at all. Like, what in the world was Showa, Ginroku, Rakugo, Shinju? I might recognize it when I bring it up, but I'm looking at the... I don't remember it from just looking at it. Oh! I think I know what this is. This is the one where the guy puts on, like, stage performances, right? Yeah. That's right. There's, like, a Japanese storytelling thing to where you, like, tell a story. I don't know. It's basically just storytelling, but, you know, without any... It's all word of mouth. And on a stage. But that's a really nice one. It has like a cool story of like following somebody through their whole life. I remember it was pretty good. I didn't really like any of the stories though. There's like one or two stories that they actually told that I enjoyed. I think the best part of it is everything else. Oh yeah, this one's good. Shimoneta, A Boring World, where the concept of dirty jokes doesn't exist. It's such a good one. It's just like an anime about sex, but it's not like... It's more about like an anime about make sex less dirty and embrace sex, right? As a good thing and a healthy thing in a world that basically has become extremely prudish. So it's like a girl's running around throwing panties around and trying to get people to look at sex again. And it's just addicting. It's very funny, very fun kind of show. Log Horizon, that was good. I'm just going to skip over some of these now. Parasite, I really like it. Terraform Mars is good in the first season. Second season was kind of crap, but the first one was really good. Like that one has a big drop off from season to season. But the first one's worth a shot. We got a Kami ga Kill. Oh yeah, Gargantua and a Virtuous Planet. That one's got like some mecha stuff, but it's also like Waterworld. I actually liked it a lot. The character's like a human from space. Turns out humans have been fighting aliens and stuff, but on this one planet, like an offshoot of humans have been disconnected from the rest of humanity, so they've been there for so long, they don't even know what's going on around them, basically. But this one guy crashes there and is trying to like adapt to their peaceful way of life and stuff. Yeah, it's a very standard kind of story, but it's a really good one. And it's got some good twist in it. Pokemon The Origin, I actually thought was really great. It was basically Pokemon, but instead of Ash Ketchum, you have like a good trainer. That's just amazing because of that. Like they actually follow... What's your character's name in that? Is it Red? I think it's Red. I think that's his name. Maybe. I think that's the name of the main character in that game. But yeah, it's just following the storyline of the game more faithfully. And yeah, the main character is actually a good Pokemon tamer and trainer. It's fun to watch. And the Pokemon battles were really good at it. They're like pretty hype. It was cool. I liked that one a lot. That was kind of like the Pokemon... I think that was the best Pokemon anime that I've seen. It was like a little more grown-up version of it. I don't know. It felt like it matured a little bit. It's still not like super mature, but somewhat. The World That God Only Knows. That one was good. About like a kid. I don't know. I do like it. It's unusual. It's like a guy who's got to like claim the hearts of women, but his character is like he only likes video games and stuff, but it takes it a different way, right? It's not as generic as it sounds. And I found that the characters that he was talking to, or that he learns about, were all very interesting. And it was really well done. So I did like that one a lot. Like, we're still going through all the stuff I like. We haven't, like, I'm a very agreeable person with most of this. Like, I get a little iffy about, like, certain plot decisions, but for the most part, like, all this stuff I do enjoy. We haven't got to the stuff that I don't like at all. Maybe we should just go down to there. Yeah, I think along in here is when we're getting into, like, from 4 to 3.5, where things get just kind of, like, a little more meh. I threw JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in here. I really liked the first one, but it wasn't, I don't know, so crazy as, I don't know, it's good. I don't rank it super high though. Oh yeah, Rosario plus Vampire. That's a good old one. Final Fantasy Crystal, Legend of the Crystals. I like, that's just an old, like, nostalgia one for me. I had the VHS for it. I think I still have the VHS for it. I'm pretty sure I do. I still have the original VHS of Legend of the Crystals. Zoids, Chaotic Century. I love Zoids. I always wish they had a different storyline though. I'm not too big into the storylines they usually have. I think that was the best one, to where it was kind of following a war. I mean, the battle tournament thing in whatever version of Zoids that one is okay. The Liger's pretty cool. The white. Yeah, I like that one. But I'm not a big fan of the main character in it, BitCloud. Man, I remember his name and everything. I don't know. The storyline's not very great, but the battles and the Zoids in it are pretty good. Got XXaholic, Shonen on Mayoji. I actually liked it a lot. Oh, so many things. Black Lagoon, Elfen Lied. I was really an Elfen Lied. That one's a hard one to say because it looks like Elfen Lied, but it's Lied as in like a like an Eliad, like a tale or song. It's basically elf song, but Elfen Lied. It's hard to say. I was really into that one. I think less so now. It's still pretty good. It's very violent, which is I think why I was drawn to it originally. Kind of like violent and grown up, but yeah, the plot's kind of like Gungrave. I like Gungrave. I feel like that one's kind of like Berserk, where the opening story arc is so good, and then it gets kind of weird and like anime or extra anime. It just shifts tones. Like in Berserk, he goes from a normal sort of fighter to guy with robotic arm and just fuck off huge sword. Like he was using big swords in the beginning, but it just gets ridiculous. And Gungrave, it's like a normal, I don't know, like gangster kind of flick, following like a guy who becomes, it's very like Godfather-ish. Guy becomes an assassin, but eventually dies and then becomes a zombie that wields a coughing as a bazooka. Like the tone shift is, I mean, it's still really good, but man, it's like, okay, here's the story, and then anime, here's the Japanese part. It comes in and hits you like a fucking train. I think it's kind of funny. I actually enjoy that, even though it's silly. Oh, Gantz. I like Gantz. Gantz, the anime is pretty like, well, Gantz like in general is a very weird one to like understand. Outlanders, that's a weird one. I like Samurai Champloo, Blue Gender, Full Metal Panic. There's a lot of like standard stuff in 4. Cowboy Bebop. Honestly, I like Cowboy Bebop a lot. I'm surprised I ranked that one kind of lower. I feel like that would be higher. I feel like Cowboy Bebop is pretty flawless. Honestly, yeah, looking at that, I'm gonna bump Cowboy Bebop up quite a bit. I don't know, I can't think of a reason why I would rank that at a 4. I feel like that's at least a 4.5 or a 5. I think if I have anything against Cowboy Bebop, it's kind of like the overarching story is a little meh. It's not bad. I mean, it's still really good, but I think it doesn't really call to me much. I am gonna bump the score up a bit. Dragon Half, that's an old one. The Vision of Escaflowne, yeah, there's all these old ones. Cardcaptor Sakura, Ray Earth. I liked all these when I was in high school. I think these are more high school area. Grave of Firefly. Oh my god, Grave of Fireflies. I don't even want to think about that movie. That poor, oh my god, I'm thinking about it. It's a horrible movie. It makes you so sad. That poor little girl. Oh my god, if you've ever watched Grave of Fireflies, it's just, you know exactly what I'm thinking of. That's it. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. It's not worth it. It's great, but don't watch it. It'll just make you feel horrible. It's that kind of show. It's just some kids following them through the war, and you know, spoilers, things don't really go well for them. Scrap Princess. I'd like to watch that again. I remember that being very good. Dragon Ball Z's in here. I mean, Dragon Ball Z is a really good one. I think it's better than a lot of shonen stuff. I mean, it's a very, like, Dragon Ball Z is so, I don't know, it's so anime. It's so, like, standard for me. But it's also, if you're being, like, really scrutinizing of it, I don't know, the story, it doesn't do anything crazy with its story, right? I mean, that's kind of the point, too. Dragon Ball's just good, but it's not like, I would never say it's like super amazing. It can be. I don't know. Dragon Ball's a weird one. When you got something that's so just standard, right? It's kind of hard to rank it because it's like, of course I would watch Dragon Ball all over again if I was to live again. Like, it's a thing. But I don't think of it like so highly as some of the top stuff on my list. I don't know. Yeah. I think some of the anime, they just, or anime movies, you know, all this is kind of the same. Games. There's certain areas where it just gets kind of like hard to rate. And a lot of these are in there. Wolf's Rain, Trigun, Outlaw Star, Great Teacher Onizuka, Iria. I like Iria. It's a really good sci-fi thing. Actually, Iria, the way the Zayrum, I think Zayrum's the name of it. The way he looks, that Wanderer, the big fucking like brim hat, that's what my Wanderer kind of looks like. I was thinking of that and I was like, pretty much what it looks like. The Get Backers, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Fully Cooley. Vandred, I really like Vandred. Vandred's something I watched outside of high school. In my short amount of time out of high school and starting work, I was watching Vandred. That's a silly story. I really like it. It's a good one. It doesn't do anything too crazy, but I think it's just it's an entertaining thing to watch. I don't know. Vandred's one of those ones that I could see why somebody wouldn't be into it, but then I'm just totally, I completely overlook all the flaws, and I'm just like, I love it. It's really good. I think that's what Vandred is to me. It's like, and it's also more of a nostalgia thing, because I was watching Vandred and Street Fighter, the animated Street Fighter series, at about the same time. They were coming on this one channel that was that I had at my house. I don't remember the name of it, but they would come on basically the same time. every day, and I was just watching it that way, and really fell in love with it. I think both of them are really good. Honestly, I'm wondering, is Street Fighter on this list? I feel like it's not. Maybe I need to add that. Sometimes I remember an old anime that I watched that I just forgot to put on my list. I know there's a couple things on here that I just wasn't able to find, or they're very obscure. I've gotten most of it though. There's a lot of isekai stuff on here. Didn't I say to make my abilities average in the next life? How not to summon a demon lord. 7 Deadly Sins is okay. I'm not too big on the main character. Monster Mizume, I actually like. Pretty good. Even though it's kind of trash. Your Name, Grimgar Fantasy. Bikini Warriors is funny. It's like a bunch of short episodes, but it follows like a bunch of it's girls, it's fantasy girls in bikini armor, but they're constantly like making fun of that trope too. Like they'll get new armor, and the new armor is way skimpier, right? And it's like, well, this is way better armor though. They just make those jokes. Like they'll put on a bunch of furs and stuff, and they'll go to like a cold area, and they're completely covered up. And then one of them will be in like a bikini armor that's got like ice resistance on it, and she's like, "I feel great." Completely naked in a blizzard, and the other ones are freezing their asses off. It's just funny. I think it's a silly thing. There's nothing super amazing there. It's just a silly show, and I like it. And it's very short. Like you can watch it really quick. ReZero. I liked ReZero. I don't know. There's a lot about ReZero I don't like. I don't like the main character. Like, I get the whole idea of the show, but that's another one where it's kind of like Evangelion, to where I would like most of the elements of the show, but there's just certain parts of it that make it an annoying viewing experience. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. I kind of like the idea of it, and there's a lot of it that I do like, but there's also a lot that I find kind of annoying to watch. Just like the character constantly struggling. I kind of like more take action characters. I don't want to watch somebody fumble around and struggle. Okay, that's Crystal done. We're working very slowly right now. I'm enjoying reminiscing on old anime though, so it's fine. We can take our time. It's Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail was one that I was really into for a while. I think once it got to like, they did this big time jump thing. That's when I think I lost it. I thought it was going to be really cool because like all the characters would age, but it was the opposite of that. The world aged, the characters remained the same, and I was like, it kind of sucks. Um, I don't know. I didn't really like that, but I enjoyed the show. I really liked. I think her name's Melody. Melody and the Ice Mage. They're like weird love interest thing that's going on there. Is just made me laugh constantly. I thought it was great. There's a lot of characters in Fairy Tale that I just enjoy. I'm not so big on the main character. He's kind of boring when you compare him to the rest of the cast. Attack on Titan, that's pretty good. I don't know. A lot of stuff here that's good, but I don't know. There's Dead Man Wonderland, High School of the Dead, more Demon King stuff, XXaholic, I think I mentioned that one earlier. Sacred Blacksmith. Oh, there's Street Fighter, so okay, I haven't missed it. Monster Rancher, I like Monster Rancher, that was one that I watched in high school, I think. Just like, that's one of those morning TV shows before you go to school kind of thing. Same thing with Mobile Suit, Gundam Wing, Bazooka. That was like my first romance one that I actually liked. Bazooka. Ranma 1/2. I watched all of it. It's kind of slow, but it's good. Desert Punk, I like it. Beat Grapher. There's so many just old things here. Claymore. Things I haven't really thought about in a long time. Trinity Blood. Moribito. Paranoia Agent. Gunslinger Girl. Mermaid Scar. Sailor Moon. I think Sailor Moon might be my first anime. It was a weird realization when I realized that, but when I think about it, I'm pretty sure I watched Sailor Moon before I watched anything else anime related. Which is, it's a strange, like, I don't know, it seems strange to me. Like, Sailor Moon's not like my gateway into anime, but it was my first anime. So, you gotta give it credit for that. It was also the very horrible American version of Sailor Moon, which is kind of funny watching the differences between the show. It's like what they did to Power Rangers. Actually, you could call Power Rangers kind of an anime. That would have been my first one if it was if it was animated instead. But Power Rangers is very anime. You got to give it like that. So that might have been my first one. Banner of the Stars. There's so many here. Slayers, Mouse, Rurouni Kenshin. Oh yeah, Ibani Renmei. I remember really liking that one. I gave it a 3.5. I'd consider it like an average one. Most of these are like average for me. Like they're good, but they're not like, I don't know, they're just normal. There's nothing super amazing, but sometimes they're good. Ibane Renmei, I remember is like something where it's very like strange, like what's going on there. But all these like girls with wings or something in this. I'd like to rewatch that one actually. I remember it being kind of like abstract. But one girl's born with like black wings, and that's like the whole idea is she doesn't fit in. Kitty Grade. Gleipnir, that was a weird one. Oh yeah, Kimono Michi Rise Up. It's so weird. It's an isekai. Main character is a wrestler who likes animals, and like in the first scene, he gets summoned to this world by a princess, and he immediately suplexes her. It's a dumb anime. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is an example of one that I both love and hate. The animation is beautiful, god tier. Some of the hype moments are absolutely amazing, but then they'll turn right around and take the hypest moment ever and immediately say, none of that really counted. And I was like, what? Why would you say that? Why would you do that? Like the main character is like, Oh, you didn't really hit me though, or you know the guy who was fighting. It was just like, oh my god, what the fuck? Why would you do that? And I don't like the characters in it. Like I find most of them annoying. As badass as I think the Lightning Kid is, I just hate every time he talks and he whines nonstop. I hate whining characters. I think that's a thing. Is I just if it's got like a really whiny main character who's always complaining and hates everything about the situation they're in, it is not for me. Now we finally got down to like some of the Naruto stuff. I don't know. Nothing else is really sticking out. Like there's a lot of stuff here. Most of it's just, it's okay. Alright, let's go to the back of the list. We reached all the average stuff. Let's look at what's at the back of this list. High school prodigies. Have it easy even in another world. So that's an isekai. Also, I need to figure out what I'm going to do here before I talk. Let me just talk about it. This is an isekai where a bunch of like Japanese kids on a plane, they get sucked into another world. It's the most like Japanese propaganda kind of thing I've ever seen. The main character's like, he's the youngest prime minister in the whole world or something, and he's like, all these characters are like this. It does so many ridiculous things. It's absurd. Like I remember one of the big plot points is like, how are we going to like overcome this odd? And then like Prime Minister Boy, he talks to Science Girl and he's like, I need you to build a nuclear plant. And she's like, I can do that. And then the next scene, it's like, I built 3 of them. It's like, what? It's like, what the fuck? It's so stupid. I really hated it. It's dumb, and it's not the good kind of dumb. It's just like absurd, ridiculous, and it ruins any sort of story they're trying to go for. I put Bleach way the fuck down here. I was very bitter about watching so much Bleach for not much to happen. I think Bleach has like a couple moments in it that are really great, and then a whole lot of shit that's just like wasting my time watching this show. I think I'm just bitter about Bleach more so than the rating. I think it's kind of not justified how low I put it. I put the second season of, I don't know the actual name of this one. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? I think they got a really bad name on this show. The first season was amazing. Second season was trash. And I think that was one of those ones that it just really went downhill. They missed everything that was good about the first season by the time the second season came around. Oh, Tower of God. That was one that I thought was going to be good. And I started watching it and I was like, I really don't like this anymore. I put Naruto down there. Ben, I was talking shit about all these shonen that I watched, and I was clearly not happy with all the time that I invested in these shows for them to be very underwhelming. Bleach and Naruto, some of my worst rated anime, just because of how much time they have wasted. I put Dot Hack down here. I don't know, Dot Hack's a weird one. I feel like on the surface, it was a very early video game isekai thing, right? Basically, they're in like a virtual world. It's kind of good, but it's got a lot of stuff in it that just makes you like hate the show. It's so slow. The way the main character is he's another whiny one. It's very like abstract. I don't know. That Dot Hack's got like a bunch of stuff that you want it to be good, but overall, it's just like, it sucks. Like if I would never watch Dot Hack again. I don't think I would get a better second viewing. Man, some of these I don't even remember. because they were so bad. I just was like, nah, put it out of my brain. There's not many. Like honestly, I think I'm basically through them all already. Yeah. Oh, there's just a lot of like forgettable stuff here too. I mean, it makes sense that I wouldn't rank it very highly. It is funny that I'm just so bitter about those shonen that take forever to get through. And yeah, they have very little actual moments that were worth all the build up for anyway. Alright, what do I do next? It's okay, so I make a new one of these. I don't know if I put it under or above. It's got to be above, right? It's got to be above the shadow. I imagine so. So let's go ahead and clear this out. I should have done this earlier, I think. If I planned out better, I would have to do this a lot less often. Because I'm going to need this, and I'm going to have a glow layer. So I might as well just make two of them right now, ready for that. And I can go ahead and make this one a glow layer, and make this one a vivid light. I don't know if the vivid light has to be inset or not. We'll see. If it does, then it should be down here. This is some of the things my notes weren't very good about. I know the add glow just goes on top. But the vivid light, I don't remember what I did with this. I need this purple right here. But I did write down the size of the brush, so that's nice. It's 35 and 50%. Basically just tracing all these little lines. It'll take a while. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not inset, because I remember it bleeding out sometimes, just like that. And if you do this, it just doesn't do that ever. So I think it's supposed to be where it's at right now. Well, it's gonna take a while. I think it started raining. That or it's it's really windy right now. Alright, well I've been talking for like 2 or 3 hours straight. It's been really fun, but I think I'm going to turn back to radio stream mode again, just so I can give my throat a chance to rest. I'm not very good at like talking for long amounts of time. Though I try my best. I think I do pretty well, like all things considered. I'm usually a very quiet person. So, like, learning to talk about random stuff has been quite the skill to learn. Alright, either way, we're going to radio stream, so be quiet until somebody comes in chat.
Do you know the way? My Buddha. Buddha. Know the way? Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. You know the way. Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. Know the way. Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. You know the way. Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. Do you know the way? My Buddha. Do you know the way? Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. You know the way. Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. My Buddha. Do you know the way? Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. You know the way. Do you know the way? You cannot know the way. The way. Buddha.
Actually, a lot of steps to get this glow to look as good as it does here. I was reading my notes, and basically it said to do it this way, but it seemed like a pretty long way of going about it. But it does look really good, so I'm gonna do that. So what I have to do, I don't even remember how I did this, and it was okay. I mean, luckily I've saved this just for this case. If you think it's bad now, I did it just a couple days ago. Imagine like when I get to the monster variants that are like this, or the boss variants, like several months will have passed. I'm gonna forget all this, so it's very important that I keep all this stuff here. Of course, the best part is I can just watch a VOD too and see all the stuff I'm talking about right now. Okay, so what we need to do, future Josh, let's remove the glow. That doesn't matter right now. Remove that glow. So all we really did is we mask out the eye underneath the line work so that there's, yeah, a purple underside for the mouth and the eye. But when you add a glow that is inset, oh yeah, okay, vivid light. Let me write this stuff down. Vivid light. Where are you at? Yeah. Is not clipped. So yeah, vivid light is not clipped, so I did that correctly. I know that glow won't be clipped. I don't think I need to remind myself that. But yeah, we gotta do the mask on its own layer, and then above it, glow clipped. Y'all write that down? Mask, eyes, and mouth. No, I didn't write that down. So add white glow, clipped above. It's weird that I do. See, it's unusual that I do white before purple. That's what was messing me up. Because usually you do the color before you put the white in. But I did, for this one, I did the white first and then I did purple around it to get that like shift of color. I suppose. I don't know, that does seem backwards, but that's how I wrote it down. No. Okay, no, we didn't do that. We used white in this one. We used purple in this one up here. Okay, right. Let's make sure we just write all this shit down. Add purple glow to both. Okay. I think that works. And then the final thing I gotta do is marquee the mouth to add all the extra glow, because there's no way to get around if you want glow to come through the mouth like that without leaking out. Alright, that's the process I'm gonna have to do. So I need to, yeah, it's a lot of layers. Golly, this is a ton of layers doing this variant, even though it's not like there's nothing crazy going on here. It's just a lot of stuff. This is the line work, so I'm gonna make a new one of this, put it down here. It goes above the overlay, right? It's just below the line work. Mask eyes and mouth just below the line work. There you go. Okay, so that was a copy of this. We just clear this out. And then I'm gonna make another one of this, which is glow and clipped. Okay. So I colored these eyes purple, but it's not actually gonna matter because I'm gonna have to mask it on its own anyway. There might be another way to go about this that is easier, but let me hide this just because it'll make it easier to see what I'm doing. I mean, for the most part, I'm just doing the eye, and there's only like one time he opens the mouth. So this one's fairly simple, or it should be. But it's a lot of eyes I'm drawing here. Okay, what about the radio? I just want to comment about that. See, this for example. I am certain we have heard this song every single night I've streamed. I mean, it's a good one. I'm not complaining about that, but it's the monotony of it. And remember, we did like, I don't know, a week's worth of streaming going through every single one of these songs, right? To fill up that time. There should be no reason I'm hearing the same song over and over and over again. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't think that the shuffle works as well as it, well, as you might think. Well, this is quite the, I don't know. There's a lot of effort to make just a glowing eyeball, but it does look really good when you do it this way. I think it is worth it. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange the way it works. Like, compare it to what I originally did. Like, right when I started making it. I read what I had done, and I was like, no, that can't be right. And I tried to do it my way, and I was like, no. It definitely doesn't look as good. And yeah, after doing it this way, I'm like, I don't quite understand what makes it so great when you do it like this. There's something about stacking the glows on top of each other that really brings out that eyeball and makes it look like the white is coming from inside. Definitely seems worth the effort. But it is a bit, it's definitely not the easiest way to go about this. It just seems weird that there's this entire glow layer right here, and its only purpose is to add a little bit of white in so that when I do the glow above this, it stands out even more without ruining my black lines. The trick here is not to go too far with it. Just do a little bit. Enough to where you just start seeing white. And then bring out the rest of it in the next one. Up here. I do 3 circles. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Always count out what I'm doing. I find it makes it, well, one, you're more consistent again, that word. I don't know, but it's also like a pattern thing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's like dancing. And then do this, which is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Look how bright it gets, like right in the center. It makes a really nice, like, look. Yeah, and the black lines are hardly getting affected by it. I don't know. It works very well. And now we see what it all looks like zoomed out, because that's basically it. What we're gonna do is death animation, but look how good that looks. Like the glow. If you're gonna do a glowing effect, for some reason this just works. Honestly, it works so well. I kind of wish I had known about doing it this way from the start. It's definitely more, it's more time consuming to do it this way. But look how nice that looks. His eye looks like it's really lit up, like a light bulb. Okay, so, I mean, all these really need to do is be combined at this point. The big thing is, yeah, I need to do the death. Let's go and look at it before we start combining stuff. The death isn't that hard. The big deal here is taking this last frame. I'm going to have to, like, this little bit of, I don't know, this gradient, this glowy bit that gets outside of the line work. I basically have to make sure I edit that out and make a, like a frame of this. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a new one here. We go. I'm gonna do it the exact same way I did the Shambler. So we'll do 4. So there's 4 different like crystal formations they can turn into, because there'll probably be a couple of these running around, and it'll be nicer if they have like they turn into something random. Honestly, that's completely unnecessary, because the idea with these monsters is once you've killed them and beaten the boss, they all go away. It's one of the few monsters that, I mean, town guards and Leon guards are 2 things you fight that do go away, but I replaced them with the bandit version, right? Technically, these are replaced with all the other versions, but yeah, this is just going to be something that you fight probably for one pass through this area, which that's kind of true and it's kind of not, because like you can go to this area right from the game, right from the beginning of the game. So some people might just do that and they'll try and take on this area before they should. So it could be like they might try and fail to go through this area multiple times and deal with this monster. You won't be able to clear it out completely until you have completed all the end game requirement stuff. So you have to unlock the Wereraptor, you have to unlock the Shaman, and then you have to, I don't know if it's a requirement, but I think it is. You're going to have to defeat all the other gods. And I think if you do all that stuff, that's when you get to fight the alien god. There'll be a couple optional bosses that really don't matter towards that, but I think you have to defeat most of the areas, or most of the bosses, to actually get the good ending. And the good ending removes all the crystal corruption stuff because you kill the god. And he's the one responsible for this stuff. So, it's kind of how that's supposed to work. Alright, so what I need to do here, we're going to, one, I can get rid of this gray background. It's going to be bright. Brace your eyeballs. Oh god, it is bright. It gets me every time. Look how nice it looks on this. Okay. I'm going to grab this last frame. Honestly, no, I got to merge this stuff out. Maybe I go ahead and just merge things then. No, don't do that yet, because I need line work and stuff. Okay, I'm glad I'm doing this now. We're just gonna have to do it like this, the old-fashioned way of merge visible to new layer, and then hide all this. Okay, so this is what we need for the first bit of our death animation. Oh, wow, okay, pin was fucking up there. Now what I need to do, to get just the line work part, I go in here, I grab the line work itself, and we're going to select based off of that. So we're just selecting the outsides of stuff using the selection tool. I won't be able to get this little area. Kind of unfortunate. Yeah, it's too small. I'm gonna have to go in and erase that later, I guess. Oh, I might have got it. Okay, cool. There's no other spot like that, is there? No, not really. Oh, I need the crystal too, now that I think about it. Yeah, I do. Okay, I went through all that effort, and here we are. We need to add this part. So this needs to be a reference. Alright, this is our line work. Let's do this again, clear this. Because I want to get around the crystal as well. But I don't want to get like the glowy bits. The whole purpose of this is not getting the glowy bits in there. Touch was on. There we go. So nothing's missing. That looks good. Alright. This doesn't have to be perfect. Now that I have the selection done, I can get rid of that and get rid of that. I can grab this. And then I'm just going to clear. Basically, because I've grabbed it right at the lines, any of these little bits that go outside of the lines will get removed right now. Not like that, though. Well, you can see the stuff now. All these little purple bits that are outside, I found that messes up the final result, so we clear on the inside. There we go. What's going on, pen? There we go. So that's what that's all about. Now once I do that, I can make this, yeah, I'm gonna have to merge this all together at some point, I think. So I make this one. I didn't stream this last time, so at least we're getting to see it now. And then I'm gonna duplicate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make a new one of these. I can go ahead and bring the paper back now, I think. At least for now. Right, and this one I want to just clip down. Shift delete all of this. I'm gonna clear this one. I need a 1. I need a 2. Well, I don't need a 2. I'm gonna add this to 2. Never mind. Delete these. Just keep the first one. The first one stays blank. Yeah, this gets kind of weird because the crystal has to go on top of everything. Alright, now we drag in our material I made earlier. See, this is where learning how to make stuff saves a bunch of time. Go away. I don't want you anymore. Apparently I still have that subtool hidden somewhere in all this crap too. It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah. We can delete that subtool. That was when I was doing examples. Alright. Crystals, crystal texture. Bam! There she is. Drag it out. Right, the only big problem with this is some of them got blown up really. I don't like the pixelated ones that are in here. There's not a lot I can do about that though, because when making this brush, it like automatically upscaled all the really tiny ones. You can see like this one over here. I don't know if my mouse shows up, but I can always draw on it. Yeah, like this one over here. It's real pixelated because this was a really small crystal that just got blown up by Clip Studio. What I was talking about, like some of their brushes do weird things. Actually, you know what? There is a way to fix this. And also, is this thing fit? Why doesn't it fit inside of this? Maybe I'll make a new one right now. I think I will. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the butt to do it, but I want one that's like better quality than this. Honestly, now that I think about it, there's a much easier way to do this. I was just going to go in and replace all those ones with better versions. But what I really need to do is go in here and find all those really pixelated ones and remove them from the brush. So let's do that. That's going to take a little while because there's 100 crystals in here. Alright, so, well, fuck, they're all blurry in the examples too. I guess I grab any of them that's super tiny, right? Yeah, okay. Well, all the ones on the end should be the big ones. So we only had to go through some of the beginning ones. This is definitely a big offender. See, I don't even know, I don't want to get rid of too many. Well, let's just delete them. Bit by bit. That one looks bad. Oh, that one's terrible. Oh, not that one. What happened? Why'd it go all the way back to the beginning? Did it deselect what I had selected? I think it did. Okay, well, fuck, start over. It doesn't help that my hand is in the way. Alright, you. And yeah, if I press Control, it goes back to the beginning and deselect. So I have to do this one at a time. Well, unless I can just click. No, I can't. Okay, do it one at a time. Fine. Whatever. Not a big deal. It is a big deal. Drives me insane. That one. I'm just getting rid of all the little teeny ones. Honestly, we got enough big ones. It shouldn't matter that much. I just don't want to get to look too samey. Yeah, let's just get rid of all these little ones. Itty bitty little. often find myself thinking of that. Robin Williams, what have you done to me? You've murdered me. Alright, let's make sure that's clear. So, okay, I'm gonna just draw with crystals. They're way too small right now, though. Let's make these bigger. That's one of the things that makes it look weird is... So I gotta... I need to get rid of all of... Honestly, I don't need this anymore, so that's fine. All the background area. I want to fill in every little gap so there's no transparency. And best way I know to do this. Make it green. Hide this stuff. It doesn't really matter right now. Yep. We're just painting in a wall of crystal. Take my time with it. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything that looks super pixelated right now. So I'm just going to go across the whole thing. If I bunch up too much, it might look bad. We'll just make several passes until all the green is gone, basically. But this is to make a crystal texture, basically. It looks just like my crystals, because they are my crystals. And I'm going to need it real big like this, because when I draw bosses, I'm going to use this basically to crystallize and kill them as well. Just looking for any green dots. There's no reason not to just keep stacking it. This is looking pretty good, and there's way less pixelization. There's some in there. I see it, like there's a little bit. It's not nearly as bad as it was before though. Except for this one big ass one right in the middle. I don't know how that happened. This is all I had to do. I just need to draw low. Damn it. And then replace it with another really bad offender. Yeah, I just need to draw over and get rid of the ones that are really bad looking. Like that looks pretty bad. Bad bits right there. This is what I was gonna do with earlier, but it just made more sense to get rid of a lot of the offending crystals. Like that one. That one's fucking everything up. Right, this looks a lot better. I'm gonna save this. No, not a big ugly one. Alright, cool. So I go edit, register material, image. There we go. Crystal texture. I don't know if it'll overwrite the one that's already there. If it does, that's good. Okay. Let's see what happened. Did it just replace that one? No, there's just two that's named the same thing. Okay. Because that's not going to be confusing. I'm thinking it's the second one here. Let's drag the first one out and see if that one sucks. Right, no, that is it. So this one right here is a bad one. Yes. Yeah, you see like that ugly looking crystal. Okay, delete that. We don't want that one. That one's bad. Alright, cool. Also, yeah, look at this. No, that was the one that one's messed up. This is the good one. It's big. Big and beautiful. Alright. We can delete that. Honestly, now that I think about it, I'm dumb. You know what? It's cool. I've got one here. Let's delete this too. There's another way to do this now that I think about it. A smarter way. I've done it before. You go to edit, register material, image. Yeah, I completely forgot about this until just now. And do tiling. Look at that. Not tiles in every direction. That's the smart thing to do. And more crystals. Alright. I'm not going to do this paper texture. I don't think you need to do that. I just want tiling on. Okay. So now when I drag one of these out, it's going to be a different type of thing, but that's cool. I can rasterize it later. But the way this works is, yeah, no matter how you draw it. Oh no, this is no good because it doesn't. Yeah, it does tile, but I forget. Of course, you have to. If you ever want to do like a repeating background, this is how you do it. By the way, you take your background and you put it like this. Now everything repeats except for the very center. So all you have to do is like blend these together to make them look good, and then your image will tile correctly. I could do that real quick. Yeah, I might as well. Seeing as I'm gonna have to make a new one anyway, might as well just make it tile really well. So to make this tile, you can see in the middle of this that these lines, it's clearly not repeating very well. But if you drag it in the middle, now this corner repeats to this corner repeats to that corner, top to bottom, side to side. The only part that's screwed up is now in the middle of the drawing. And now if I go and make my crystal brush, now I have to be very careful here. I don't want to interact with the outside of my drawing because that loops very well. But if I put all my crystals blocking this ugly seam, and then I can fill out the middle a little more too, just so it doesn't look so bad. I'm gonna be really careful here because the crystal brush is not the most smooth thing to get working. There'll be some little bit of line there, but like heck, you won't even be able to see it really. So it doesn't matter what you do to the middle of this, as long as you don't touch the borders, it will repeat very well. So this is how you cheat repeating backgrounds, which will matter sometime in the future for me. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to like clear up all these ugly crystals again. But I will have a nice repeating tiling background to use for crystals now. And yeah, look, all that middle bit is gone, and then when I do this, it should work, as I've just stated. We'll see. So, crystal texture, I'm just going to rename it like tile. There we go. Tiling, all directions. More crystals. Okay. Now, hide that. Crystal texture tile. Bam! I'm going to delete this one now. Now, this thing repeats very well. You can hardly even see like those seams that were there before. They're like right along this line. See? It's fairly easy. I forget how easy it is after just doing it. Okay, so why did we do all of that nonsense? Because now I'm able to throw this in here. I don't know if the animation thing will take it like this. I don't see why not. Do that. Get rid of this ugly green background. Get rid of that one too. Oh yeah, look, it works. That's cool. I could also do this because it tiles. I can take this and yeah, shrink it and make the crystals a lot finer. The fact that you have to click on the outside to drag is kind of weird. There we go. So like that. Yep. And then, yeah, what I do is I duplicate that, and then in the new version, we just, so it's the exact same right now, but all I gotta do is drag it like halfway this way, and now it's a different pattern. And then do another one. And this one we'll do like up here, and we can even do something fancy, like rotate it, and now it's definitely different. Right, and then I just go ahead and rasterize all these, and that makes them normal paper. Basically. Right, so that's how you do that. But this isn't done yet. You see how like the crystal shapes that are in that he actually has. There's no reason for those to get like overlaid with crystal. It looks weird. So now I have to go above this and add some new stuff. There's actually a couple steps to this, which I've written down. Base frame, select, remove glow, add crystal wall, normal mask, add 3 overlay line works, and put the crystals on top. So let's do that next. Do this. That goes there. I'm gonna. Oh wait, no, I didn't need to do that. Well, I'm gonna need to do this eventually. Clear, 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 clear. I actually don't have to do this at all now that I'm thinking about it. Go away. What I need is the line work. Because right now there's no like line work to it. It looks weird. But if you grab this line work is what we were using before, right? I forget, I only want the 4th one. So 1, 2, 3 can go away. This one, you're now 1, 2, 3. There we go. So now I have the line work for all these, and actually now I think of it, I don't need the first one. The first one's done. Just these ones. Okay, now I've got to turn this white. Honestly, I've done this in a weird way. Let me pull this out. I just needed this 4th one, and then I had to change the color of it to be white. Okay, you white, you black, you white, do this, that, merge these, yes. I should have just started with the first one. Whatever, we'll start with 2. Okay, I've got a white outline now. This is gonna make sense. Give me a second. Now that I'm doing that, it looks weird because it's just a solid white outline on top of everything. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna make it an overlay. Right, and then it becomes very hard to see it, but you can kind of see there's a little bit of an outline. But to just make that more, we do 1, 2, we make 2 more of them. Now there's a white outline that has some of the texture come through, and I find that this makes it look like it's still got that 3rd dimension. It's still got some of the details. And then all we got to do to finish this is throw the crystals on top. There you go. That's how I did it. And I could even like merge those in if I wanted to. I'm going to end up merging them all together here in a bit anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, all of that was to make death animations. That honestly, I'm gonna end up having to do a lot of stuff to get this working. Because technically this entire thing is a death animation now. It's just, yeah, I can actually get rid of a frame now that I think about it. If I wanted to. Because he goes into this frame and then he crystallizes to be broken later. So, we don't even need the last frame here. If we don't want it. I think I'm gonna keep it anyway. So I'm gonna end up merging like all of these together at some point. Probably. But there you go. Crystal Monster's done. Or yeah, crystal variant of Warbeast. He's got some glowy bits. When he dies, he will shift into one of these 3 crystal shapes. And it'll be like a slow transition into it. It's not just going to instantly change. Tail swiping. Oh, I love the glow. The glow looks so good. Once you get it all worked out. One of the last things I'm going to do is the effects for this guy. I'm going to make them all use like the same effects. I'm just going to recolor it depending on which one you're fighting. Like he'll have purple effects probably. I'm gonna end up having a lot of effects, so I'm gonna do that last. There's the idle animation. Here's all the air stuff. It's chugging. There's a lot of layers in this folder now. Can sometimes slow the computer down. And jumping. Let's look at running. Oh, look how it's chugging. Let me save real quick. I get worried when it starts acting like this. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna close the other file. Hopefully that helps a bit. I've made this note to myself even better, with even more notes. Did it save? Good. I don't. Sometimes something doesn't load. Yeah, it just looks weird. Do not save. Okay. All you gotta do is change frame and come back. There you go, fixed. Right. Let's play this one. Oh, beautiful. I do wonder, I was thinking about making his claws kind of like a purple color. I could still do that. They would look nice, wouldn't it? I like the brighter color. But let's try a purplish, like what we've got, but with like a purple tinge to it. I'm gonna do that real quick before I call it done. Because it's not too difficult. I just have to find the right color. Okay, so gathered set, we want this purple. And then we're just going to tweak it until it looks good. This is going to be, that's too bright. But if I get like something like that, or yeah, I'm thinking something more saturated kind of purple. And actually I could just completely erase and recolor these, I think. Maybe more purple in there. Brighter. I think that would look good. That. Let's do that. So none of the overlay is showing because the eye is completely blocked. Yeah, all I have to do is clear all these back out. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but it's not gonna be difficult at all. Make sure that there's no reference layer on, and then just 1, 2, 3, color them all this color. I think the claws will look better if they're like this. It just follows the purple theme. That one. Yeah, I didn't even have to do any shading. Well, technically I did a lot of glowing, which is the same thing as shading. It's not quite as difficult, because usually it's only like a little piece that you're making glow. But I'm glad I don't have to do shading as well. That would be kind of lame. That's one of the benefits of this kind of variant, is he's very dark, so not going to matter that much. I fucked up. I've already fucked up. I'm changing the color after I did the death already. That's it's not a terrible thing, but there's more work to be done now because I've got to fix that one that I merged together to make it have purple claws instead. That's not too hard. Luckily I didn't merge that crystal into it yet. That would have made it extra hard. Alright, so what I have to do is all that stuff I did at the beginning a second ago. We want this one. Edit, no. Right click, merge visible. Okay, and then we want to take the crystal one in here. Hide all this crap. Make that a reference. Go find our line work. For this one, that one, this one, grab this, do that. I've got to get that little ass area again. Honestly, that little area is not necessary at all. Now that I'm thinking about it, it completely isn't, because there's no glow in there to erase. And that's like the whole point of this. There we go. Clear that. And then you are... which one of these again? I think you're this one. That one right there. I mean, it might as well be all of them, because that's what it was. Sure, why not? So that it matches, just in case it didn't. I mean, it should. But, why not? There we go. Now the claws will match when it goes through this. Cool. Okay. Claws have been changed color. Alright, there it is. Oh, only took 5 hours to implement. I mean, there's worse variants. It's not the, you know, I've done worse. The armored one took like almost 3 times as long, right? Maybe more. So, you gotta say that's a pretty quick and easy one for being final level kind of thing. And the crystal on his butt does slide around a lot. Now that I'm looking at it. I'm not fixing it. That's done. That's what it looks like. Alright, so all I've got to do now is merge all this crap together and get rid of all these extra layers. And then be good to go. Next one I'll be working on is the player's pet version, which shouldn't be too hard. It's got some stripes on it. Stripes usually suck, but I mean, that's all I'm doing is stripes for that. But I might also do another armor set, just because I've already got the scrap armor for all the player characters, so I might as well draw the scrap armor now instead of doing it later. That way it matches what's inside game right now. So yeah, I think I am going to do a scrap armor set, something. It's going to be really simple because it's scrap armor. Like, it's probably just a collar, honestly. That would be fine. So I'm going to do something very simple for scrap armor, just so that it kind of looks like the same set. But I'm going to take a break now. I'm hungry. I got no groceries. Today was a day I skipped the week on ordering food, because all the food options they had this time around was kind of crap. So I'm fending for myself this time around. Which means I will be doing these late streams hungry, because damn, all the fucking stores around me aren't open late anymore. Now that Jack in the Box is closed, that was like the main one. It's that and Taco Bell, and I think that's it. If you get past midnight, like midnight's the cutoff point for the majority of it. And those two that I just mentioned are actually pretty far away from me. I gotta drive like 30 minutes just to get some food late at night. Okay, this is done. Alright, we did a full thing on stream. That's pretty cool. Got to show off GOBA. GOBA still needs some tweaks, but it should be alright. Anyway, later.